Now we're streaming on YouTube. I literally thought I was streaming on YouTube. Says yes, then I'll hit up Nick and be like, Nick, buddy, friendo, pal, I'm going to be in Austin soon for, unrelated reasons. Please let me on your stream, please. You got 2 people to get Rising Star. I'm going for Rising Star next year, please. I beg of you. I beg of you. That's how do I do this? Like. This one? Oh, it is this one. I'm gonna be like, please, Nick, please. Please, I'm poor and need to eat. I need a picture of myself, chat. Rising Star. I need a rising star. I wanna go so far. Aim for the stars. A rising star. That's me. That's me. That's me. That's me. That's me. That's me. I need a picture. That's me. I'll just use my stream rewards picture, I guess. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Say, please. Please pick me. I'm free, free, Nick, please, Nick, please, Nick, please, please pick me, I'm free, free, pick me, Nick, please, I'm your rising star. Please, I will go so far. Please, I will hop in the car. Road trip, please. I'm your rising star, Nick, please. I'ma go so far, Nick, please. I'm your rising star. Road trip. You scream in the mornings, so do I. What you want, please, I won't die. I'ma cry if I'm not picked. I'ma cry, what is this shit? Oh, I'm a rising star. Oh, I'ma go so far. Oh, I would never say the things Young Dabo said to you and your friends. What I need to do. Please tell me what I need to do. What can I do? What can I do? You please, I'm your rising star. Please, I'm your rising star. Please, I'ma go so far. Why does it have the kick colors? You know why. Please, I'ma go so far, Nick. Nick, please, I'm your rising star. Nick, please, I'ma go so far. What is the org called? Nick, please, I'ma hop in the car to a road trip for a road trip. Listen, if you see some things that I said about Asmongold, I didn't mean it. Yo, all right? Listen here. If you see the things I said about Tectone, I definitely meant it, okay? I meant that 100%. But, like, I did not mean what I said about Asmongold, here, buddy. Right? When I said... Listen here, buddy. All right? Nobody asked you. Nobody asked you. Yeah, no you, Cheddar. You are cringe. Confirmed. Get negative energy out of here. You know, you're right. Let's get that negative energy out of here. Yeah, fun police. Fun police. Did you? This is me. Someone cringe on Twitch is crazy. Like we're all cringe, bro. This is Twitch. Exactly. It's Twitch. Everybody's cringe on Twitch. It's a bold move to Photoshop yourself into a picture with your girlfriend and her kids on a ski trip with their real father. But then again, Michael's a bold guy. This is me. I am a bold guy. Confirmed. Honestly, it's just like it looks real, doesn't it? Chat. You could very clearly tell that I'm this is totally real and like it's pretty you know pretty accurate. Anyway.
You hear?
This is what you do, chat. This is what called be delusional. You know what I mean? You just put yourself in places where like, you know, you're destined to be, and you'll be there eventually. If you really think about it. I've never seen anything more parasocial before. Oh, you've not been in my stream. I've done more things parasocial in my stream. Trust. You're manifesting your future? Exactly. I support these delusions. Thank you. See Pokemon? Okay, chill. Chill. This is on brand. Relax. This has been a banger stream so far. I'm keeping up. I'm rolling. Thank you. See, I appreciate you, chatter. You're better than that other chatter. That other chatter sucked. Just anti-fun chatter.
We can start a new org that I will start and you could hang out with because you are still in your org.
What's the name?
Let's run it back. Okay, let's do early days OTK 2.0. We call it OT Yay.
No, no. That's not. No, not OTA. Not the best. Not the OTA's good canon now. I think I'm pretty sure Cinna means OTA, like a expression of joy, but like yay doesn't have the best connotation right now. Let's not call it OTA. That's I would abstain. I would abstain from calling it OTA. Just the high yay stream will not happen on Asvin's channel. Asvin and Tecto might move to OTA and then y'all can just keep OTK. It's funny.
No, we call it OT Yay.
Yay? Y-E, like Kanye?
OT, oh wait, no, not yay, like Y. Okay, OT,
Oh no, dude.
OTA? Oh, that sounds like one true Aspen. No, that's not, wait, that's not it either.
You know what you said earlier? It's just, it doesn't even matter. There's no point to even reform. Because the haters are going to hate us no matter what. Listen.
No, Nick, no, because, Nick, I just came here 2 years ago and I had all these big, bright eyes for content. And everybody's so depressed.
I'm not depressed.
I'm over it.
Whoa. Cinna.
What?
I am not depressed. Okay? I sleep like a baby. Okay? Listen, if you want to ride, I'll ride with you. Okay? But I'm still taking the Saudi Arabia sponsorships.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Why not?
Nick, because I need you to not get hate threads.
But I'm gonna get them regardless.
No, because when I bring you on stream, I don't want many people to say, uh-oh. Do you know how many people in Austin show up on streams and they say, uh-oh? I'm tired of it. Let's all be friends. No Saudi Arabia sponsors, no gambling sponsors.
Send me
Stop.
Cinna.
Okay, not this year.
Give it 2 years.
So you know what's funny? So chat's like super excited, right? Chat's like, ah ha 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 ha, minus 50%, ha ha ha. And you know what they say? Because like people in my stream, like I'm probably one of the larger streamers who actually doesn't like this stuff, which people are gonna hate me for saying anyways, because what an opportunity, right? Blah blah blah. But I've always wanted to be a tech guy behind the scenes. Like I love tech, I love that. So that's where my passion is. You know, stuff like that. And the thing is, people are like, oh Nick, you're stuck here even longer now. You're going nowhere, buddy. You can't leave us. You're going nowhere. And like, they're rejoicing. They're happy. They're like, you got to make this money back now,
Okay.
motherfucker. You can't fucking leave me.
But you don't think that some of those people are
Shoot,
probably
you gotta wait
joking?
for work.
Well, some of them are probably serious, I'm gonna be real, but maybe they also just love watching you. Like, I'll admit, I actually watch your streams, like in the
And I
mornings.
have a opinion of these folks, but they're not Asmund, so it's a W.
It's so fun to watch.
Really?
And I would be sad to see you go.
Am I a good streamer?
Yes. And I don't care if people say you rely on women to go live.
I do.
Know? I know
I
you
waited
do.
the whole week for you to show up.
I know you did.
Yeah.
But what matters is that when you go live, it's a fun time. And I guarantee you, like, I would literally, if I'm up, you know me, I'm always up at like 7 in
When
the
you start
morning.
your org,
And when I'm up,
never. It's not happening.
I'll be like, who's live? Nick's live. And it's such a fun thing to watch.
Earlier
It would
I
be
said,
funny though to have an org of just everybody who hates me or I beef with and me in one organization. That'd be funny. As I know, you're a blame misogynist and racist, but unless your employer does something, there's nothing I can do as your friend to stand up to you. Sorry.
that the only people that checked on me after the leaks were XQC and Tectone. No, Greek messaged me too.
Oh, that's nice.
So the 3 people that messaged me after the leaks happened was XQC, Tectone, and Greek God X.
Do you know why I actually didn't message you?
Why?
Is because this was the
I don't even know what leaks he's talking about, honestly.
one instance in which I felt like that information was not my business.
Oh.
So I said, I'm not supposed to see this. So I muted the thread and I looked the other way.
Oh.
I was like, ooh, that's really bad. But that's good they messaged
I don't know.
you.
I don't think it's particularly relevant to this discussion. I do want to finish this the marriage leak. Oh. I do want to finish this Asmongold clip. Jesus, just like, literally the hair is in front of my eyes.
I see plenty of other people that are that, like, you know, they try to always fight it and argue with people, etc. The fact is that I'm doing better than ever. I'm massively fucking successful. I've had opportunities that I've never had access to, and nobody
Oh,
else.
he's doing it, chat. He's doing it. He's literally going to go and personally deport migrants. At what cost? None to him. Absolutely zero cost from Asmongold. Right? But just as so, I mean, yeah. But like, it does have cost. Even like to his like friends. Like even to like Nick and Emaru and the people in OTK, right, around him. Like his behavior is not like benign to them, right? His behavior is not like neutral to them. It's like the fact that they are having to like address Asmongold's behavior time after time and after time again, right? Because Asmongold refuses to just stop saying heinous things. Like, you assume he cares? I'm not saying that he cares. I'm just saying that it's a thing that exists, right? It's a thing that exists. His behavior does have an impact on the people around him. You know? Which is like, that's just kind of crazy. But like, again, he will continue to be allowed to do what he's doing, at least under like the OTK banner, right? So long as whatever a positive things he brings to the organization outweigh the negatives, right? Whether that's revenue, whether that's opportunities, whether that's press, new eyeballs, like so long as he's bringing in things, he's gonna stay. And when that stops happening, then they'll let him go. They'll drop him. There's a reason why Tectone was dropped like a hot coal as quick as he was. Tectone, he's a very sizable streamer, like 5K, 6K viewers. You know, he wasn't pulling in freaking 30, 40, 50, 60K. You know, and if Tectone was pulling those numbers, I think Tectone would still be there. You know what I mean? Because so long as what they bring in outweighs what the negative ramifications are for those, Kaz be dropped. He owns the org. Not sure that works. You can get voted out, I guess. Yeah. Like, Dr. Disrespect was removed from his own gaming publishing company thing, like that he founded, you know? It's possible. It's possible. I mean, there are Tectone viewers out there in the wild. Bro, I got a Tectone ad on YouTube. It was a Tectone like doing like a gacha game ad. Well, I was trying to cook my food and I was just like, why is Tectone playing? I picked like a video essay and it was like, yo, what's this gacha game? I'm just like, okay, let me just, okay. That's it. I don't even know what game it was. It was just, I knew it was a gacha game because of the way it looked. So, yeah.
Hardly ever on Twitch or at least even online, period.
Wait, not running ad block in 2025? It was on my phone. Also, I support the creators I watch, and I would never use ad block because I don't hate my favorite creators and want to steal money out of their pocket. Did you know ad block is just like piracy? According to Linus Tech Tips. Anyway, sorry. Let's continue.
Has access to opportunities like I do because of what I do, and so and how well it does, and I think that's because of you guys. And so why do I want to waste your time dealing with people that are chirping about it? Who cares? Really, who cares? Unless it's funny, then what's the point? And so yeah, it's that that's it. You define your own success. Yeah, I do. And so it doesn't matter to me at all. And people were saying China. No, I think they meant Cinna. No, I saw like a title of it, but I didn't even watch the clip. I don't give a shit. But yeah, anyway, we'll look at that later on, maybe. Actually, you know what? No, we won't. Don't give a shit.
He's like, you said Linus stuff as far as I remember you didn't talk about it. Was Linus stuff? Don't worry about it. Slat Ridge, Daytona, Bruce all gone. Only one without a cloud overhead. Slat's thriving. Nick doesn't realize the longer he puts off leaving, the more likely he's going to be dragged under. It's better to do a J Slat and leave and have some integrity. I will acknowledge that, you know, leaving is not as easy as we make it seem that it is. Right? There is a level of security that comes. Also, one that could be contracted. Is Conquer China a microaggression? No, I think that it's probably due to like autocorrect, honestly. I don't think they're trying to like, you know, like a slide dunk on Cinna. I think it's probably autocorrect. And most people don't bother to change it until you know, or change it before they send a message. But yeah, like there's a level of security that comes with having an established organization backing you. But again, the way I see this is the way that I see kind of all streamers. Like when I'm talking about like streamers like promoting smaller streamers or whatever, it's something that I talk about consistently, is that like a lot of streamers don't want really any level of responsibility, right? They didn't sign up for it. They want to go live and play video games or do whatever content that they've done, and they don't want the responsibility of like, you know, worrying about like, you know, making sure that their events are like, you know, diverse and equitable or whatever, and making sure that they have like, you know, robust, you know, hiring processes, or making sure that they have to hold their friends accountable for their horrific behavior. Like they don't want to have the responsibility of doing that or follow the law. Like they want to go live and do their content, interact with their community, and go offline. And you know, combating the things that Asmongold are saying, right? Shouldn't have founded a content company. Then they didn't found the content company. You know what I mean? Like we're criticizing the people who are in the organization, not the people who have founded the organization, right? I'm not talking about Asmongold here. Asmongold is going to do whatever Asmongold is going to do. You know what I mean? I'm talking about like the people around Asmongold. You know? You see this? I did see this. Lots of people love to be around worse people because it makes them look good and the bar is low. I don't even think that that's necessarily what or why it is, right? It's that Asmongold has a lot of viewers and he brings a lot of people to the organization. On NV stream today, great time. I think this was posted before the LSF thread was even posted. So like, you know, she called this happening before it even popped off on Dexerto or whatever. Because it wouldn't have Nick Embrew, extremely the people who join in a different context. Exactly, yeah. There's definitely money and view related. I just was talking about it in a general manner. A lot of people who have visas or money ties or orbiting or associating with others. The comments on the LSF upload lead me to believe that they benefit a lot from Asmon raids. I mean, sure, probably. Right. All right, we'll look at this. I hate this channel so much. I hate this channel so much, bro. It's like an AI channel that just regurgitates LSF posts. But we'll take a look at it.
No, I think OTK.
You think we can?
I think we have like one of the best communities out there. Like our communities aren't the one that goes around and attacks others, like other people's communities. We just gotta do our own thing.
You think so?
Bro, we're getting attacked even today, and we're just filming in New York. You know, chances dressing up like a girl. We just do our own thing.
I saw that. I just wonder if it's like if you feel embarrassed to say like, oh, I watched this person from OTK.
I mean, at one point we had 4 of the top 10 and the biggest girl.
Really? Yeah, Emmy's huge.
So
I don't like OTK.
like statistically, we literally destroy everybody.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And like,
So we talk about Ethan already. Chat, you know you can check the VODs. No, we haven't talked about Ethan yet.
if I don't get a contract again, I'm still always OTK, baby.
Oh, let's not talk about that.
Okay. Well, I'm
If
just
there's no
gonna
money,
say-
we can't pay.
That's okay. I love OTK.
She's so close to the camera. She joined after she got fired. Also, clearly not trying to move back in or rely on her parents. Talk about ex-family. I don't know. I don't know the in-depth lore of ex-family. Based on her firing, it's also hard for her to get a job in her field. Ex-family? I don't know the lore. Yeah, anyway, that's kind of that entire conversation. Right? She got fired for streaming? Really? Don't look down that hole. I don't think it's necessarily relevant to the discussion we're having here. But yeah, that's sort of that conversation. Right? I don't know. I don't think anything that Nick particularly said was incorrect. That like the only person that can stop Asmongold is like Twitch. Asmongold's gonna keep doing what he's doing. Asmongold's doing well enough alone that even if his behavior was causing all the sponsors to leave OTK and there was no sponsors and he had to fire everybody, Asmongold himself would still be fine. And I don't think he necessarily cares enough about other people to like you know, tailor his rhetoric to like that not to happen. Right. Everyone should start hating. It would be fire content. Is everything about stopping asking whether or not you have a problem with associating with them? I mean, yeah. At that point, it's a conversation about like, do they leave OTK or not? You know, or should they leave OTK or not? Right? Because Asmongold's not going anywhere. OTK is not going to get rid of him. The question is then, you know, should they or do they leave OTK? She's doing subathon, doing home office work hours. That's crazy. I get that though. Hating shouldn't be content. Nah, I'm pro hating content. W hating content. And Will just join OTK. He's got to be pissed about that. I mean, I'm not gonna project on like what Will thinks. I don't know what Will thinks, honestly. But I think Cinna was correct here. And I'm a white knight for Cinna. Leave Cinna alone. She was correct. Let's be honest, the worst parts of NMP and any OTK affiliated people is Asmon shitty chatters going into the chat, making them and they make them horrible to go into, for me at least. He's defensive, everybody defends us on, so it's a W. What I meant was standing up for your beliefs shouldn't be content. Oh, I mean, yeah. Also, Grimlow got 27,000 likes on this, so W Grimlow. A few times I went to NMP's chat, I kind of hated, not gonna lie. I mean, even like Nick calls out like Asmon chatters, so it's a thing. There's not really a conclusion to this story. You know what I mean? Like, it's just Asmongold's gonna keep doing his thing. You know, who knows what the other OTK people are gonna do? I don't know what they should do, honestly. Like, I don't know situations. You know, who knows? I'm not the arbiter of truth here. Now, on to what you all are really here for. So we should do nothing? I don't care what you do, chat. It's not like it matters, bro. Gaming? Not gaming. I was here for Cinna. Oh, true. Gaming? Yo can't say gaming because y'all leave when gaming happens in the first place. So, yeah. You liars. Okay, should we? Okay. You have a few options. First of all, I need to get my freaking Taco Bell. Which is viewers, we can do a thing that makes a difference. I mean, you can not watch Asmon, or you can not watch Emeru, or not watch Nick. You can do whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. He's like 7 a.m. there. Taco Bell is wild. Taco Bell breakfast is delicious. You know what I mean? Already done, bro. Fair. Whatever happened to Wesley? Mods can check if Wesley submitted his homework. And if not, Wesley's not getting unbanned until he submits his homework. So okay. We have a few options. We can either watch, no requests. Are there any requests? Did y'all get rid of the other requests? Yo. Okay. We can watch. Can impossible task and no way he's coming back. Yeah, you could at least try.
My friends and
Ethan Klein's VOD. XQC reacting to Olivia. Dan calls Ethan out. Hassan's cleaner situation. Hassan's merch. About Hassan's socials and takes. About Ethan's 100K bet. Hassan orbiters and general reactions. More on Hassan's merch. Northstar did a reaction vid. Yeah, we had. I swear you guys don't read the title. It's kind of worth it. The crew has some pushback and Ethan gets close. The merch person is hilarious. Ethan's quite deluded. It just feels like he's kind of he's kind of patting the deck. You know what I mean? So we can either, okay. I'm not doing this to you right now. We can either watch this and start with the North Star Radio video, or we can start with Ethan's podcast episode and then end with the North Star Radio video. Because this is older information. This is newer information. I'm down for going old into new. Start with old. Okay, here. I'll poll it. New poll. Which video first, pod first. Just so I have enough time to order my food. I'll let it go for a minute. The poll music, I was humming for you guys. Oh wait, I got the perfect poll music. Wait, hold on, let me find it. There you go. The perfect poll music. Yes, then I'll hit up Nick and be like, since please, I'm poor and need to eat. Rising star. I need a rising star. I wanna go so far. Aim for the stars. A rising star. That's me. 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 Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick said, please, please pick me. Me. I'm free. Free. Nick, please. Nick, please. Nick, please. Please pick me. Me. I'm free. Get SZA on the remix? Yeah. Pick me. Pick me. Which one? Video first, cool. Please. I'm your rising star. Please. I will go so far. Please. I will hop in the car. road trip, please. I'm your rising star, Nick, please. I'ma go so far, Nick, please. I'm your rising star, road trip. You scream in the mornings, so do I. What you want, please, I won't die. I'ma cry if I'm not picked. I'ma cry, what is this shit? Oh, I'm a rising star. Oh, I'ma go so far. Oh, I would never say the things Young Dabo said to you and your friends. What I need to do, please tell me what I need to do. What can I do? What can I do? You please.
Okay, we won't really get the entire thing. I wanted to hear it a little bit. I kind of killed this, chat. I'll say it. I kind of killed it. This is probably one of the best songs I made on stream. I've made quite a bit of songs on stream. SoundCloud win. I leaked one of my old SoundCloud songs at 1,200 followers. So 1,200 followers, 1,200 subs. I promised, and we're currently at 1,140. So we're 60 subs away. Next performer right here, I'm saying. The people have spoken. We're starting with the video, and then we'll get to the podcast afterwards. It doesn't even matter. We'll get to both anyway. You know what I mean? We'll get to both anyway. But we'll start with the video. Also, Comer Casey's a friend of the show. So. But you were already doing the back-end track before you even pulled it up. The track just happened to work very well. Yeah, this is a democracy. We vote now. We're voters here. Ethan is the best friend of the show, though.
I've never in my entire career been against such a dishonest, like hateful, persistently, like they're dirty. They don't care if they'll outwardly lie. This is an ongoing, like, joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just, I don't know what they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping.
It looks like they're doing shit. That's one of the funniest things Ethan has said, because, like, he edited the video. He had to have known what they were doing there. And even if he didn't know, just look it up. Just sure, whatever.
Is online. Hassan's community are the most psychotic people on the internet.
He's a liar, dude.
I hate to say it, but I do think it's related. I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of Stalinist. The way that they'll just lie and say anything to frame anyone for anything.
It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts.
They're just like in too deep on whatever the certain narrative is that they're committed to. I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly to express the frustration with Bibi and him
Was it the whole
firing
region?
the one guy.
Not even that it was just the whole region. Is that he was wrong. You could still make accounts. They just shut down phone verification. You could still make an account with email verification. That's what Bloomberg posted, that there was over 100,000 accounts that were made in the region at the time that the ban specifically had. But if you get all your information from Dan Saltman, who also had information that was incorrect, then of course you're going to be wrong.
That was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that...
There's also, like, people in the H3 foot soldiers will have you believe that they apologize for this. We watched this thing and we searched the entire transcript for a sorry, an apologies, a my bad. All she says is it's a bad choice. That's how much self-critique that she has, right? And she goes on to say, like, but this is why I did it. I shouldn't have said good guy, bad choice. But like, he's still a moderating voice though. Like,
I said that I was not even thinking of. There's no room to like allow
They have to win.
anything that deviates a little bit from like, no, this is the bad guy, this is the good guy.
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys.
There's nothing in between.
There's a story. They have a story that they cannot deviate from, no matter what. The artist I wanted to collaborate with decided I don't want to be associated because I'm Israeli. When we talk about how serious the rise in anti-Semitism, this is why it's scary for us. It's now so casual to just not want to.
They just admitted neither of them know anything about Israeli politics. That's the reason they said that about Gallant.
Associate with an Israeli just because I was born there. And this is the result
They don't know
of
what they're talking about, because then Hassan would be correct in what he's saying, because Hassan is more knowledgeable than they were, right? So they simultaneously have to be the most knowledgeable person, but also consistently make very clear inaccuracies in their commentary. Because, yeah. Also, it's freaking raining in LA. It's been raining for the last few days in LA. Like, what's going on? It never rains in LA.
associate with an Israeli just because I was born there. And this is the result of Hassan's type of activism. This is the result of this activism that this is the result of Hassan's activism. This is what it resounds to. This is the fault of people like Hassan. Zero progress for people in Gaza.
Last week, Ethan Klein released the long-awaited content.
That was a week ago? Oh my goodness, it feels like a lifetime. It feels like a lifetime.
Nuke on Hassan Piker. His magnum opus, 2 months in the making, designed to end the career of Hassan Piker and anyone else in his political Twitch streaming orbit. Well, not anyone. Mostly just Arabs and Arab women in particular. This video, from a metric standpoint, was a success. I mean, the H3 podcast hasn't hit 1 million views in 3 months, the last 1 million view video being entirely about Hassan. Ethan seemed to notice this trend and decided to go all out on a 2-hour crash-out content nuke to get it all off his chest. Or so we hoped, as the last 3 episodes of the H3 podcast have also been
Froggen is deplorable though? I disagree.
Entirely
critical support for Froggen.
Hassan Piker. And in those 3 episodes, Ethan has really dug his own grave, showing us all that he truly is a shell of his former self.
Someone who has any sort of kindness in their heart.
I'm unkind now.
Wait, what is he talking about?
I'm a meanie head. He says, you have to be a total meanie head to make that video he made about me, which I haven't watched. Did you just call me a meanie head?
What? We're talking about kindness?
Yeah, are we doing...
We're way past that, Hassan. We hate you.
Yeah, no, it's...
Did you not get the memo?
I mean, what's kind about telling survivors that they're lying?
I'm currently working on a video going point by point through the content nuke and debunking the obviously incorrect claims. But today, I just want to take a quick look at the fallout of this nuke. Because Hassan is still averaging 40,000 live viewers, Ethan is still widely hated by the internet, and Ela Klein is losing business partnerships. The content nuke aimed for Hassan has backfired in an incredibly satisfying manner.
I wouldn't even say it's backfired, honestly. Maybe this video will change my mind, but it just feels like less of it backfiring and more of it just not doing anything. Right? It was like a gust of wind that blows. Yeah, it's a dud. Dud is probably the best word to describe it. It falls into the whole nuke motif. Right, backfiring implies that like there were some ramifications back on Ethan, but I don't even think it did that. You know what I mean? I don't think anything changed.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com/northstarradio. On the first episode back, Ethan basically himself off reacting to his own video.
Oh, you missed it? Let me go back.
Oh yeah, we gotta see that.
I was doing some high level here, Dan. I had to do a tutorial for this part.
Selling a flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus. Untrained,
Nearly 7,000 on following on both accounts. The views are down, but they aren't going to change. Yeah, but even that, like, he has like 5 million followers. Like, I think it was less about the content nuke driving people away and more about people remembering that they were subscribed to this YouTube channel from years ago and just unsubscribing. Like, the losing followers after posting for the first time after an extended break always happens, right? It always happens, right? It's less about the content of the nuke that did that and more about the proxy of people just realizing that they were subscribed and did not unsubscribe, right? So I don't even want to credit the nuke for like pushing people away or losing them followers, because I don't even think it necessarily did. It didn't do anything, right? It was as purely neutral as it possibly could have been. It didn't cancel Hassan. It didn't make more people hate Hassan. They already did that, right? It didn't give Ethan more money or followers or whatever. It had like 3 million views, which sick, but like it didn't do anything. Like, people have subscriptions they don't watch anymore. They went out of their way to unsub, kind of relegated it to spam they didn't want to see. That, yeah, but that's normal, chat. That's literally a normal thing, right? I do that too. Sometimes I'm scrolling through my YouTube subscriptions like, oh, there's this person I have not watched in 5 years, right? Why am I still subscribed to them? And then I unsubscribe, right? Decluttering.
Ass is shipped into southern
all
Lebanon.
the time, yeah.
We are all inbred and that we have no culture.
Oh, again.
I believe it was a some kind of block swipe.
Yeah, block.
Yeah.
Very good.
And this is where Ethan's
some kind of block.
Oh, again.
I believe it was
To southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
Oh, again.
I believe it was a some kind of block swipe.
Yeah, block.
Yeah.
Very good.
And this is where Ethan's cognitive state comes into question, because this dude is
The
so.
video made people declare, so in that sense it backfired. I think you're getting too harped up on like the impact of the video made on making people unsubscribe. It's a normal thing, chat. It is a normal thing. It is a completely normal thing that happens. If they have not posted on his YouTube channel for 5 years, people are going to unsubscribe. Like, it's not done to the content or the specifics of the video that maybe would be like, I don't want to watch this anymore, right? If you posted a regular HGH production video, it also would have happened, right? And so my point is, don't get harped up on the fact that like, oh, people are unsubscribing on to be like, oh, see, it's backfire for Ethan, because it would have happened regardless.
So clearly not doing okay. While reacting to Hassan's response to the content nuke, Ethan claims that he's never tried to be a comedian.
Very intelligent. Definitely not a hack ass, failed ass, dumbass comedian.
Bro, I've never tried to be a comedian, a failed comedian. What are you talking about? It's not even a sore spot for me or anything, because I'm not a comedian. I've never tried to be a professional comedian.
This is despite Ethan calling himself a professional comedian over a dozen times throughout his career.
I'm a comedian. That's my job. I'm a comedian, right? I'm trying to make a joke. I know it looks crazy. I'm a comedian, and people are laughing. Unlike you, I'm a comedian, not a journalist, so I have a little more leeway. I'm a comedian, you know what I mean? I criticize people. I'm a comedian. First of all, I'm a comedian, so anything I say being considered defamation is almost like impossible. I had an idea, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm a comedian, you know, I'm out here, I'm in different lanes. I'm a professional comedian. Are any of them? I'm a professional comedian. You know what I mean?
It look worse. If anybody looked into this vid, it shows how lazy, sloppy, and malicious it was. The fake fucking screenshot, for example, you think our dudes intentionally or lied to people in this video? Yeah, but I think the only people watching the video are people who already don't like Hassan. You know what I mean? He didn't get a new audience, which is why I think it's more of a dud than a backfire. Like, it's only a backfire in a way that like people like us reacted to it, pushed back on it, and then, you know, we're aware of what Ethan was doing, right? It's a backfire in that sense, but that would have happened if Ethan just did this in a podcast episode as well, you know? I think when he says he never tried to be a comedian, he means go out on stage and make jokes. Just my guess anyway. Yeah, he's stupid. Because that's not what he means. He knows that's not what Hassan means when he says comedian, right? And so he's strawmanning Hassan's, you know, critique, saying that he's a failed comedian, right? He said that the hack-ass failed comedian, right? He's like, I never tried to be a professional comedian that did stand-up comedy that went up on stage with a Netflix special. Like, That's not what Hassan said. He just said you were a failed comedian and you called yourself a comedian numerous times, right? So he's purposefully misunderstanding what Hassan is saying in order to like defend himself from the points. And he does that all the time. I just meant that Ethan is not living in reality because his video does not get a response that he wanted. He has so much cognitive distance between losing even more support from his fans, his ego that blocks him from understanding that he's in the wrong, and his wife telling him to do more. If Ethan is a comedian, does that mean all the times where he's being racist, it's just him being serious? No, because that was him being a comedian. He wasn't a stand-up comedian, though. So it's different, you know, it's different.
I'm the last line of defense, okay? I'm a professional comedian. Do you know that?
You know you're winning the debate when you start bringing up theories about Hassan's dog, Kaya, or who cooks him food off camera.
Comedian, in air quotes, still.
Ooh!
I didn't even hear what you said.
Not funny.
Air quotes.
Not funny. Just like you're a socialist, by the way. Theory.
Okay. I don't understand this critique because, like, if Hassan's genuine, then yes, he's a socialist. If Hassan's not genuine, okay, he's a millionaire capitalist. Like, what is the critique here? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, he's a grifter. Like, then if he's a grifter, then saying he's not a socialist wouldn't make him upset. You know, he would know that's not true and that he's grifting. That doesn't make sense to me. It feels like he's trying to like dig at Hassan the same way Hassan dug at him and actually hurt him. But like, it doesn't even work.
Quote, still.
Even equating himself to Chris Rock in the slap debate, he sees himself as a comedian 100%. Honestly, I would also equate him to to Chris Rock. Right? Sometimes comedians, you know.
Ooh!
I didn't even hear what you said.
Not funny.
Air quotes.
Not funny. Just like you're a socialist. By the way, theory time, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. Hassan says he adopted his dog. He went all over LA looking for the perfect dog. Oh, I went to all of these pounds. I couldn't find the perfect dog. But then magically, off camera, I found on Craigslist this post where they were giving away $20,000 designer dogs. And I was so lucky. Hassan Piker. Can anybody find me a Craigslist post where they're giving away $20,000 designer dogs? Because I'd like to inquire. He bought that dog, and he doesn't want to admit it, obviously. And by the way, I don't know. That's not the only lie he tells about his personal life. I did a story about it, but people didn't pick it up. But I don't give a f. This guy's a piece of shit. People need to ask Hassan who's cooking his chicken off screen. Who's cooking that chicken? Who's taking care?
Okay, these are like direct Destiny talking points. Just direct from Destiny, right? The Kaya thing, I'm just like, you know, sure, Kaya's beautiful. I'd be bad at Kaya because if you know, I didn't have a dog that beautiful. But like the who cooks his chicken thing is directly from Destiny's community, like directly. They've been saying forever that Hassan enslaves his mom to force her to cook his chicken every day. Like, what I was thinking about the chicken chef, Kaya excluded, is literally a single meal a day that doesn't take much time or effort to cook. He also like you know, his mom before, like, exactly. It's not weird to have your parents live with you. A lot of cultures. I see hair flying around. Like, yes, I'm pretty sure his parents are there to they do clean and cook and stuff. It's pretty normal. Yeah, like when I streamed at my parents' house when I was there after I graduated college, my mom would know that I would not eat while I'm streaming and would bring me breakfast all the time, right? Sometimes she'd even cook me breakfast. You know what I mean? Because she knows that I won't eat if I'm streaming. Like, it's not crazy. And like, I don't know Ethan's relationship with his parents or whatever, but like, that's a normal thing that your parents do for you, even into adulthood. Now you replaced her with Taco Bell. She's not even here. I'm in LA right now, so it is what it is. Like, you still be leftist if your parents love you? I mean, I guess not, apparently, according to Ethan. We're not trying to sound like dick, but does Ethan's mom not love him? I don't know. I'm a 28-year-old Korean. My mom still refuses to let me in the kitchen. I do my own laundry. She says I wasn't staying in a couple of years. That's crazy. I do my own laundry, but yeah, like and this is the thing, right? Because like I'll cook for my parents too. Some days I'll wake up and I'd be like, yo, I want to make food for the family. And so I'll wake up early. I'll make food for the family. It's a give and take. It's a push and pull, right? That's what families do. That's what families do. And he's getting mad at, like, he's literally yelling at Hassan for normal family, like, dynamics. Ethan's mom made appearances on the pod. She said some anti-Arab stuff, if I recall correctly. I mean, Ethan's parents, were like, Ethan's mom was in the blackface video. She did the blackface. Like, what are we talking about here? She joined in on the blackface. But this is not about Ethan's mom. I do not really care about Ethan's mom. Oh, okay. Now I have to show you guys if you guys don't know.
Black is the new black. Black has always been black.
Whoa.
So how do we look?
It's permanent. It's permanent. It's permanent. It's permanent. It cures all your facial impurities by turning your skin black, and then you can't see it anymore. Do you want to try it? By the way, there's enough.
No.
Do you want it?
No.
Because we can put this on you while you dye my hair.
No.
Okay, so
If this
now-
works, I'll recommend it to all my clients. So why are you doing this?
It's black. It's the Black Project.
Okay.
It's just for men, by the way, guys. Hey, women.
So yeah, yeah.
Of him. There's something he goes, don't tell anyone though, for obvious reasons. Somebody's cooking his chicken, and they don't look like they're getting a piece of the pie either. You know what I mean? They're not on that socialist.
See,
They're not.
okay, this is what I don't understand. Okay. I'll give him some leeway and be like, sure, Hassan hired someone to cook his chicken. What does he mean? It doesn't look like they're getting a piece of the pie. Like, what is that? What does he mean by that? Like, he's saying that like Hassan doesn't pay them. How would you know that? Like, you could tell somebody's not getting paid by looking at them. Like, did you talk to them? Did you ask them? Like, what are we talking about here? Is what I said that sometimes his chicken is cooked. He means they aren't part of his co-op.
Not on that socialized workplace salary. You know what I mean? Cooking chicken's a big deal. That's integral to his daily
So again,
routine.
there's one. He has no evidence this person even exists. He's doing like conjecture. He's not saying I've met Hassan. Well, he does later on, but like, he's not saying here I've met Hassan's maid and the maid cooks his chicken and she's not a part of the co-op, so she's not getting paid or whatever. Like, his evidence is I've spoken to her. He literally said that he met her and she only spoke Spanish. Like, yeah, he said that, not even here. He said that on an Instagram story after he got pushed back for this. Also, be right back. My chicken's here too, so give me a second.
Of course she's entitled to a % of his profits. Duh. Socialism, bro. Live it, bro. Live it. Be the socialist you say you are.
I think this is an important time to mention that it's well-known lore that Ethan was neglected as a child and was often
Got my
sent to
chicken, if you know what I
school
mean.
with zero food to eat and zero lunch money.
My parents didn't take care.
And yes, I did enslave the person who made it. I saw the main theory on Reddit. Ethan has never said he never met Hassan's mom before, so his theory is he met on it and assumed that she was Hispanic because she was speaking Turkish, and they identified a specific day where Ethan has been to Hassan while his mom was living there. That's pretty funny. Honestly, I am a believer of that too. Sean confirmed treat her right. You know it. Also, I was pretty sure that Hassan had said before that his mom cooks his chicken. Like, am I making that up? I'm pretty sure he said that before. Says it a lot. His dad too, if he's around, yeah. And honestly, chicken looks good, bro. If you see that chicken, bro, bro, that chicken looks good. I'm gonna say it. Chicken looks delicious. Looks so good. Coalition of House's mom bringing him food.
Matter where you live, the reality is most of your haters or most haters online are haters because they don't go out in the real world at all. They do not step foot out.
His compilation of Hassan Pecker's mother bringing him food that she made for him. I found by typing Hassan's mom into YouTube. It took literal seconds. Does somebody have to make one of him bringing bags take out too?
They live on a steady diet of chicken tendies that mommy brings them, and that's
Like, look at that food, chat. It looks so freaking good. It looks so freaking good, dog.
I want to grab pussy.
hell yeah, brother. Thank you, Mom.
That's, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, dude.
I want to grab pussy.
Hell yeah, brother. Thank you, Mom.
Bro. Truly an evil man. Truly an evil man. We have to stop this guy, bro. We have to stop this guy.
Thank you, Mom.
This guy, we have to stop him. We have to take him down. What a terrible. We must take him down, bro. That's so funny. It's so funny.
Carry me as a kid. When they cooked, which was rare, it was just awful. I didn't eat. I would starve. It was that bad. When they cooked,
zero food.
What percent of his profits? Duh. Socialism, bro. Live it, bro. Live it. Be the socialist you say you are.
I think this is an important time to mention that it's well-known lore that Ethan was neglected as a child and was often sent to school with zero food to eat and zero lunch money.
My parents didn't take care of me as a kid. When they cooked, which was rare, it was
Oh, don't worry, chat. He's a comedian, not comedian. So maybe he's joking about this part.
just awful. I didn't eat. I would starve. It was that bad. I used to go to school. My parents wouldn't give me money, and they didn't make me a lunch. I would just starve. I would beg for food from my friends. Straight up, I would beg for food from my friends. I was a
fair enough.
Homeless child.
Ethan can't even fathom the idea of a loving parent.
His whole shtick for the past year has been saying liberal Zionist talking points and then getting mad at everyone when they go, "Are you a Zionist?"
What liberal?
I mean, I believe him. And yeah, honestly, it is sad. Right? Ethan sucks now. But I don't wish that upon any child. You know? I don't. That's horrible. That's horrible. It should not have happened. But I don't understand why he's now getting mad at somebody who's has parents who are loving and does things for them. I grew up in sort of wealthy area. We didn't have a lot of money, and a lot of my friends did, and I bummed food and lunch money, etc. in middle school. I remember.
Well,
so I'm just actively fat shaming him on the podcast. That's crazy.
The fantasy world that they've built is incredible. What is a liberal Zionist talking point?
Ethan did so much research for this video, but has yet to understand what a liberal Zionist talking point is. Here are just a few examples.
People who would like to criticize the army and Israel need to understand that it's a daily threat that something needs to happen about it. It's not like we have a choice.
When you talk about privilege, let's talk.
Okay, pause. I want to point this out too. I want to address it because it's something that like a lot of like H3 defenders will oftentimes say, right? And that is, oh, she was it was mandatory conscription. Now you have to serve in the military. Mandatory conscription is different than like defending said conscription after you do your service. You know what I mean? Like those aren't the same thing. You can't bring out the fact that like, oh, conscription is mandatory as a defense if you agree with what's going on there. You know what I mean? Like you agree with it. Like you think it's necessary and good. So people are able to criticize you, right? For that belief and for you justifying that, that service. Like, come on. And even past that, like that's my thought process on just the rhetoric that she has. Even past that, choosing to go on raids to what you call our terrorist cities that's a completely separate thing. That is a completely separate thing, right? But like, if you are mandatorily conscripted and you serve out your term, and then you come out and you're like, yeah, there are bad things happening there. I disavow that. Like, I went to jail 10 out of 10 times before being conscripted. I won't even say that because like propaganda is a very real thing, right? When you have like you have, even in America, you have like 16, 17-year-olds who are inundated with propaganda about how great the military is. I understand, signing up when you're 18 years old to join the military because you've been told your entire life that it's good, right? But the point is like when you get out, if you're not defending that behavior, that's when you can be criticized. Like when you engage with the propaganda, sure, we can understand like propaganda, but when you turn around and you leave and you're like, yeah, that is actually necessary. We need to be oppressing people overseas. We need to be killing brown people, right? And freaking sandals overseas. That's when you are opening yourself up for criticism. That's when you are able to be criticized, right? And again, I'm not saying this to like defend the people of the military, right? They are complicit in atrocities, right? This is the material reality. Propaganda, aside, but there's nuance to these conversations. But like when you are like, yeah, I did this thing, yeah, it was necessary because they want to kill us all, and I would go back and do it again or whatever. Like that's when people are just like, okay, maybe you're not as great of a person as you portray yourself to be. And then past that, when you talk positively about moving past your secretary job to go on a raid to like kick out Palestinian families, like, and you talk about that as like haha, I did that, then yeah, people are going to call you choice words. Like, of course they are. What are we doing here? That's insane. That's crazy. You feel me? That's crazy. The other fucking thing is that if soldiers get deployed to a combat war zone and doesn't come back with PTSD, then they're probably a monster. It can also be people who are easily preyed upon or propagandized into the military. In some ways, these people are often very young people who don't know what they're signing up for. Yeah, and the poverty draft is also a real thing, right? Like, you have an entire system that is crafted in America, that is crafted so that you have a very specific subsect of people who have no other opportunities and are pushed directly into the military industrial complex, right? And understanding that it's not defending the behavior that happens there, right? But it's understanding that if you want to fix that, you have to go at the root, and that is the propaganda system itself. You know what I mean?
Like to criticize the army and Israel need to understand that it's a daily threat that something needs to happen about it. It's not like we have a choice.
When you talk about privilege, let's talk about someone who's going to UC Berkeley, paid by their parents $200,000 tuition on campus protesting Israel. Do you find that ironic?
I personally think it's so ironic. I don't know. It's kids sitting here in like beautiful California criticizing, like, you don't even know what you're talking about.
What you hear is people criticizing national security and calling Israel like apartheid, and that they shouldn't have fences, or that Israel should be a one state with Palestinians and Israel's all living together. They should reduce the borders and remove the gate. That to me seems like super ignorant.
It is, because when I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help.
If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
So in this response,
they're so racist, bro. I've seen these clips before, but every time I see them, it's just insane racism. Insane racism.
Hassan calls out Ethan for, quote, crying like a bitch in their last conversation on Palestine.
You can talk to me in person, big dog. You got my phone number. We can have a conversation on your stream. We can have a conversation on my stream. Last time, I had the baby gloves on, and you cried like a bitch after doing Teddy Fresh ads in the midst of our genocide coverage.
Ethan sees this as an opportunity to dunk on Hassan.
He was doing that. He did cry. And he did do a Teddy Fresh ad after Hassan went to the bathroom when having a conversation about a genocide. So,
for being some sort of toxic masculinity frat bro.
So Hassan says, last time, which was our last conversation on his stream, I had the baby gloves on, which was part of, I was like, dude, why are you patronizing me? And he goes,
why are you patronizing me? Ooh, he's mad. You can tell when Hassan gets to him. You know what I mean? You can tell when Hassan gets to him. Hassan calling him a failed comedian, and Hassan saying that he had his baby gloves on when talking to Ethan. Those are the two things I think really get to Ethan. Those are the two things that really get to Ethan. Also, I don't know why I start counting with my thumb. Does anybody else do that? Does anybody else start counting with their thumb? Or do you count like, start like this? I start like this. I don't know why I do that. Did I do thumb first? Very European of you. Chill. I do middle finger first. Fair. You start doing that at 8:20. Stop. Europeans do that. I do middle finger first. What's the normal way? I do index finger first. It's very EU. No, I start with my thumb. It's okay. Let me explain. Right? When counting, it's easier to like do this. This is like a natural way my hand falls. This is more comfortable for me. So if I start with one, this is comfortable, right? And then going this way, fine, right? This, not very comfortable. You know what I mean? Not very comfortable. I have to hold the rest of my fingers together with my thumb. Not as comfortable. Like, and you go like this. You're still holding your fingers together with your thumb. You move your thumb like you have to like. It's not very comfortable, right? And then even with the pinky, you have to hold your fingers down to make sure that it doesn't go up with your ring finger, right? But this, easy, easy, easy. You know what I mean? That's I just complete aside, but that's just the thing that I. This comfortable both ways though. Yeah, but like, how did I do it before? I like this one better. I mean, it's basically the same. I think this is a little bit less comfortable because you still have to hold your finger, but it's like not that, you know, uncomfortable, right? I'd say like this is probably the most uncomfortable. Four is better with the thumb last. Like this. Look how much distance your thumb has to travel, chat. Look how much distance your thumb has to travel for a 4, right? If you do 4 like this, right? Only this one has to travel, and it's like, it's easy. It's simple. Look at that. It's simple. Simple. And then 5 is like this. You know? Only finger down is impossible. I can do this. Pinky finger first is goated. Yeah, you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's how I count, chat. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I'm goated like that. I think Japanese people do that. No, they don't do that, chat. Nobody does 1 and then 2. Like, okay, count me down. 1, 2, 3. Wait, stop at 3. 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. All right. I like it. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. Never do that again. What? You don't like it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You count down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Wait. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. That's backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, how many stocks do I really have in stock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, all right, guys, hold up 3 fingers. Hold up 3 fingers, everybody. 3 fingers for everybody. Also, I can't do it on my left hand. My left hand is kind of struggling. Okay, but you can count with that if you use binary. It's good at it. In some places, in the Middle East, to do pinky first. In Japan, to do it reverse, extending from a closed fist. What happened to your left middle finger, bro? It's so difficult to. I can't keep it straight. It's like some of you, chat. Or with kids feel like they would count like that just to bother me. Gay middle finger. Do forearm stretches. You know my right hand can do it, my left hand can't. You know why that is, chat. Anyway, let's continue. How do we even get here, bro?
Cried like a once again. This dude is against toxic masculinity. Apparently, he's a role model for leftist values. The frat bro veneer it's rearing its head. I'm telling you, this whole left wing illusion is falling to the wayside. You say it cried like a bitch.
And only 2 days after the fact, Ethan went on a misogynistic rant about denims, where he called her a disgusting several times. Of course, while his crew was dead silent.
And yes, she is a fucking bitch. Somebody that laughs in the face of other victims and immediately calls them liars, that's a fucking bitch. of a person.
There are reports of Palestinian women in captivity talking about that experience.
Let's see. I found one of the sources. One of the ones that you quoted was like, I don't even know what the this is. Care.com. It's literally just like a little blurb. That's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were. What? I don't know what this is. What is this? Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah. Yes, Care is credible. I think, at least.
What is
Care is
There's no source. She is earning the coveted distinction of being a f***ing bitch. Congratulations. Enjoy the distinction. I've come here and I've made the distinction. I have decreed, let it be known, that Denims is a dumb f***ing bitch. She deserved that. What she was doing, I'm standing by every syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way,
oh, and I got another shout out in this video. Thanks for keeping the Comrade Casey spirit alive.
You spent the next year constantly ripping into, suspiciously, a lot of, not myself, but other people of color. I'm not calling myself a person of color. I know it's going to get clipped out of context here as well, and then you're going to be like, meh, 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 whatever. No, just noticing that you have just been going after a lot of...
This guy is really throwing spaghetti at the wall. He's accused me of being racist. And that, to me, is like,
Yeah. Ethan is a racist. Like, is he trying to deny the fact that he's racist? Like, man, Ethan, I have a compilation for you. I have a compilation for you. Oh, you're gonna love this one. You're gonna love this one.
How many dicks I got to suck? Nigga can't love the suck dick. Yo, the whole crowd gathered around one nigga. They talking about how one nigga figure how we can suck the whole party's dick. You just need to feel and taste like a nigga do. Oh, so how many dicks I got to suck, nigga? AIDS, nigga spreading AIDS. He said, nah, nigga, I can't take that shit. Nigga, you too ugly. And all y'all niggas at home, though, niggas, y'all can do anything.
Do it, yeah. He was only 32 here. Just a baby. Just a baby. Like...
Zero, nigga. Number 0, nigga, and y'all niggas got the life. I have my little skimpy little outfit on like a nigga do. Nigga, you ball so big. I'm gonna go get it back.
Does he have a shirt on? That's his whole thing. His whole thing. Like, we talk about Asmongold now, whose like entire brand is like, you know, being kind of disgusting and like gross, and that's what Ethan has been doing for years, for decades, for over a decade, right? It's the whole he's gross, slob, you know, no, or didn't care about like decorum. Yeah.
And drop him on the floor for my nigga Bobo.
Well, who said nigger faggot?
That one caught me off guard. I was not ready for this one, right? That one caught me off guard.
Bobo.
Well, who said nigger faggot? The nigger faggot's just been around the block. Yeah. I love that I can just say nigger faggot. Yeah. I love saying nigger faggot.
You never had a black friend about that? Yeah, we looked at that.
Fuck you, nigger faggot. It's nigger faggot. Nigger faggot. Nigger faggot.
So what to expect from stupid niggers? Sorry, blacks, but most of you are easy to manipulate. Ungo, boingo, bungo, bongo. Your niggers just have to nig.
Broke ass nigga. He's like killing niggas.
And again, maybe he's apologized for this. Maybe he has said, "I'm sorry." I haven't found it, but he might have done it. I would love to know. If that justification is something like, I said some things I said some things I did were racist in nature in the past, and I've acknowledged it in this video. So I'm not racist now. I mean, sure. He still never apologized for it. His apology is pathetic. I have not seen an apology for this. I haven't seen it. Maybe I missed it. Maybe I like, I am confused, but a Tulsa business district. Oopsie, I'm sorry. Ooh. Cardi doesn't mean he's learned or changed, even if he has. I thought he has, though. He donated $6,500 to the first melon and half he saw. Why couldn't it be me? No, Ethan, give me $6,500 and I will accept your apology. Give it to me specifically. I am, as you guys know, if you are watching me, I am the CEO of Black People. I was graciously offered this position by the board, and the board approved. So give me that money, and then we'll talk.
Eyes rolled.
Pay your reparations, Ethan. Mentioned it in one of his podcasts that he apologized for it. I haven't, nor would I seen a video. Yeah, he always says, I've already apologized for this, but I've never seen his apology. And again, maybe if one of the Ethan Kleiners, if one of the foot soldiers has his apology, right? He addressed it in his My Experience with the Police video, like I said racist things in the past, yeah. Is the Foolishly Socialist part of your bio from the Rashad Crenshaw video? Yeah. Call them Kleinsman? That's crazy. I mean, I feel like my point wasn't clear. I should have been the first message. I explained that I think that's his reasoning. And he used the word acknowledge instead of apologize because he hasn't really. So his apology got swept under the rug. maybe I lost it. One thing he apologized for was the chestnut thing with Cutie. Everything else is half apologies. Even then, he like made a chestnut joke like a week ago, you know? So it's not like he was actually sorry for it or about it.
All the way in the back of my head if I had a seizure. Going after brown people, I'm assuming he's talking about people like Frogan and others who, by the way, I have never attacked unprovoked. Every single time I've talked about Frogan was a direct response to her. Every time. So what, she's brown? That's your takeaway?
What about including her in the content nuke? That's not a direct attack. That's not a that's not a provoked attack. Like that was unprovoked. You know what I mean? You have so much evidence are gonna get you. You need to be able to drop an apology at a moment's notice.
Is that because she's brown? That's the only reason I care that she's making fun of October 7th victims. That she's brown? That's for real? Are you being serious right now? Are you actually being serious right now? You're actually making this point right now. Okay, exactly. This is the brown people he's talking about. Yeah, Casey, Comrade Casey.
Is he gonna pretend like he hasn't talked about people of color? Just because he has. But he's just like, because it doesn't serve his point. But yeah, sure. You know what, Comrade Casey, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Blood is now on the team.
Who's waiting for a hot, bodacious hijabi babe in the park.
Oh God, I forgot about that.
Let's not forget about that.
Listen, he just has a little bit about what Michael Jackson had. It's okay. You know, it happens to the best of us.
That's what woke leftist non-toxic masculinity looks like.
So this is the part of the video that I love so much. Because Ethan did basically zero research for his big content nuke that took 2 months, he makes a fool of himself twice with this one clip. First, it's on H3 Show 105, where Ethan reacts to a compilation of Hassan calling Jewish supremacists inbred.
Inbred. Douchebags in the background.
Like these are just dudes standing back
nation
there.
Entirely
like,
comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just I don't know what the they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, "Oh, look at these inbred." It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Yeah, so Ethan just straight up admits that he used footage as evidence in his content nuke without even understanding the context of the clip itself. It's almost like he didn't clip this himself from the original source, but instead found the clip online, probably on one specific subreddit. In this clip, Hassan is watching a group of Jewish supremacist Nazis, basically, blocking aid trucks from entering Gaza and stealing and destroying the aid inside. They're not.
It's almost like he would know this because we found the full clip, right? We found. Somebody in chat sent it to me. But we saw the full clip. And in the clip, like directly prior to the part that he clipped of Hassan, is a the video he's watching being described as, you know, far-right Israeli settlers destroying aid trucks. And so if Ethan would have if Ethan watched the clip himself, right? The Hassan VOD that he's clipping himself, and still put or that in its framing, you feel me? That would be like disingenuous. But I don't even think he did. I think he just took something from Destiny's community. Like he knows. I don't think he knows. I genuinely think he doesn't care. But I think he just saw something the Destiny's community said and was like, joink, taking that. I think there's like a mega thread going on in Destiny's community of all the bad things Hassan did. And it's like, yo, let me just take some of these, you know what I mean? And he crafted his nuke off of that mega thread without doing any research of his own to see if it actually is true or not. You know?
Doing charity like Ethan thinks they are.
This comes just days after Israeli settlers blocked aid trucks headed to Gaza through the occupied West Bank from Jordan. Footage of the incident shows settlers raiding the aid trucks, throwing food into the road and setting fire to vehicles at the Tarkumia checkpoint near Hebron.
Totally benign guys, by the way. They're doing charity, by the way.
In the occupied West Bank. Palestinian truck drivers say they fear for their lives after the attack.
We went to the checkpoint, and after the check, we were surprised to see settlers on the roundabout of the checkpoint. They damaged the cars, they tore the tires off the trucks, they threw the contents of the truck on the ground. We gathered some of the products and sent some of those products onto a bulldozer and sent them to the sheep farms. Around 15 trucks were damaged. Their hull was damaged, windows of the trucks were broken, some drivers were beaten, some of the products were thrown away, and the whole loss for Hebron is around $2 million.
And then on H3 Show 107, Ethan reacts to Hassan watching this clip, but once again takes it out of context and makes himself look like a fool all over again.
And at a certain point, people are going to be like, you're using these sorts of clips out of context?
Bro, he is so pathetic. First of all, he hasn't watched the video. And this is like one of his main go-tos for any criticism. It's always like out of context, out of context, out of context. He hasn't watched the video. What's out of context, bro?
And in the video, Ethan literally has the clip out of context. He's saying, you're not watching the video, so you don't know the context that I'm using your clip out of context in as his defense. Okay, I think somebody moved upstairs from me in my apartment building yesterday, and they've been stomping around all day yesterday, and now they're doing it again today. Like, I'm gonna have some choice words for them. They're gonna get a strongly worded sticky note on their door. They better wait. They better wait.
Your reaction is out of context. You got no context.
Notice how you move the needle? You move the goalpost. I said
Let them
that
move
it's
in.
out of context.
Well, why are they running back and forth? Like, I get moving in. I get like if the footsteps were like, you know. But no, it's like, I'm like, okay. Kids, I think it might be kids, but like, can you stop your kids from running around for a second, please? Like, I beg of you, just please. It's loud and it's annoying.
You demanded,
or give them less space to run around in. You know what I mean? Put them in the room and let them run around in the room, because like at least then they're not running all across up and down the apartment, you know? Just like Cause like it's just like running back and forth. And I'm just like, yeah, put them in cages, bro. Put them in a cage. Cage your children, because it makes me annoyed.
Describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the.
But you didn't.
What is he talking about?
Apparently, a chatter is calling him out. Like, he says, "How do you know the context? You haven't watched the video." I'm assuming was it. But then he goes, "Oh, really? Well, you moved the goalpost." It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what the context is. So there's no goal. There was no kick. When you move the goalpost, you're moving it further from the kick.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
At a certain point, you have
I live when I believe.
Puerto Rican vegan socialist resubscribed
Lol,
for
they are
17
so dumb
months.
and dishonest.
Lol, they are so dumb and dishonest.
Oh. I have 2 alert boxes on. That makes sense. You know, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. That's why it's playing twice.
Stand like, okay, well, if this is incorrect.
Also, thank you for 23,700 followers. We might actually hit 24,000 by next week. Puerto Rican Vegan Socialist, thank you for. Also, it's not a pet. It is a bipedal entity. Right? I could tell by the way it runs. It's not running like. No, it's running like. Very clearly 2 legs. I think it's a child. So lock your child up. We're going to get social thing for the 17-month subscription. It's the soft steps anyway. You can tell the difference. 2-legged animal. Yeah, it's a kangaroo. When it's a penguin, it's not waddling. Penguins are like, they waddle and it's a lot slower. Right? Trust me, I know. Emu? It could be an emu. It could be an emu. Chicken? Nah, it's not heavy enough for a chicken. Chupacabra. Duck? No, it's too heavy for ducks. Akachi's unbanned? That's not surprising. It was only for a week anyway. Fat duck. Okay, makes sense.
Do you like being incorrect?
Ducks also waddle.
Tell me what the he's talking about.
Well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect? This is incorrect. Do you like being incorrect?
Can anybody tell me?
Is there a cut in this video, chat? The video feels cut to me.
What the he's talking about? He hasn't watched it. He hasn't cited anything that's out of context. He's talking about, oh, you're incorrect and you like. What is he talking about? How do people watch him? He literally will talk and drone on about nothing. He just regurgitates words. It's just word vomit.
Like, what are you talking about? You're making it seem like this is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is.
Dude, you haven't seen it.
And also, notice how you move the needle. You move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is.
Yeah.
And you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the video.
You didn't do the context thing. You didn't explain
At
that.
a certain point.
Ethan's responding to Bad Empanada yet? Ethan's not responding to Bad Empanada. Just put that to rest, chat. It's not happening.
At a certain
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but like.
Point, you have to understand, like, okay, well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect? I guess you do.
How do you know they're incorrect? He's not. What is he saying?
If you missed it, here's the part of the video Ethan very conveniently skips over.
Chatter was asking for how certain things are clipped out of context. Here, this is a great example. Douchebags in the background,
There's just dudes standing back there.
Entirely comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing.
Like I don't even think Ethan knows this stream exists. Right? That's the thing. I don't even think Ethan understands or knows that something was cut out of here. He just doesn't care. he doesn't even care enough to check. He gets something on his subreddit. He clicks it, he watches it saying, man, his crew cut it for him. No, it's not even his crew. It's like the chatters. It's like Destiny chatters. And I know because when we talked about Ethan 2 streams ago, I clicked on one of the chatters and they literally come from Destiny's community. The clips that are spliced of denims came from Destiny chatters. So they will go out, they will cut content and craft a narrative out of cut content and be like, oh, Denims is so wrong on this. And then Ethan, you're like, right? Not even just because he's gullible, because he's like, it's like malicious ignorance, right? He's like, he doesn't even care enough to look and check, right? Because it fits his narrative and he'll just use that as though it's facts. Ethan would never watch a video on stream that shows him being wrong or shows why he's wrong. He'll only showcase the ones that he's got that gets fed to him. Yeah, which is why he won't debate Hassan or Mike or me or Denims or whatever. And why he only out of everybody who criticized him, he only offered to talk to a TikToker with 100,000 followers on stream. Over the last 2 weeks, the only person he offered to talk to on stream was a TikToker, not Hassan, who he had an established relationship with, not Denims, not Frogan, not Comrade Casey, not Mike, not me, not Bad Empanadas, a random TikToker. Not Sam Cedar, a random TikToker. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that, right? He only picks what he perceives as easy targets. That's it. Only picks what he perceives as easy targets. He's not going to debate anybody who is, demonstrated themselves as being knowledgeable on, you know what I mean? Knowledgeable on the subject. It's just who can Ethan bring on his show to have him and his crew dogpile on for whatever reason.
Like joke with his community. These are just benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or box.
They're doing charity. Remember, by the way, this is a video that he quote unquote researched for months.
Or something like they're helping, and he's going, "Oh, look at these." It's like, bro, who are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Guys, the Israeli police is investigating the attack on the Gaza aid convoy.
Israeli security forces are paid to stop this happening. They either could not or would not, but clearly did not prevent Israeli settlers attacking an aid convoy yesterday from the West Bank bound for Gaza, where, say, aid agencies...
With any names you just said, he'd be setting himself up for further embarrassment. Yeah, there's a reason why he won't. But I'm dummy Ethan. You know, bring me on the stream. I'm dummy. I don't know anything. I'm so dumb, right? You could probably totally demolish me and thrash me in a debate, right? My brain is so empty. My brain is so empty. Sam Cedar would be too kind for, to him, it's a song about it. Like, Sam Cedar, right, would still, like, critique his position. He can't handle that. You know? But he would do the button so many times if he talked to you. Too many slurs. I know.
These hundreds of thousands of civilians face famine.
But during the unloading and loading, settlers attacked these trucks, destroying the products and burning them in a systematic act of sabotage.
A continuation of images seen yesterday as settlers destroyed food at the same crossing point.
So, does that make sense? Do you understand now? Every single clip that he used, every single one, is exactly like this. Where's that one chatter who asked that question? I assume he f***ed off immediately after coming in and saying, like, this is...
Yeah, so the clip that Ethan reacting to is cut. It cut all of the original context that Hassan did talk about just to placate Ethan's feelings. So he could be like, where's the context? You didn't show any context.
I mean, that's clearly not the messaging of the video. If you're saying his claim is you scared him, do you have any media literacy whatsoever? Do you think I need media literacy to understand a YouTube drama slop video? Like, what are you talking about? You're making it seem like this is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is. And also, notice how you move the needle? You move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the.
But you didn't.
What is he talking about?
Apparently, a chatter is calling him out. Like, he says, "How do you know the context? You haven't watched the video." I'm assuming it was it. But then he goes, "Oh, really?"
And he would never react to this, right? He would never react. Like, Ethan's not reacting to this video. I'll say it right now, right? If I'm wrong, I'll give 10 subs to chat. You know, Ethan's not reacting to this video. He will react to clips of this video at most, right? But it very clearly demonstrates that he, you know, was either lied to by the clipper or whatever and didn't do his research, or he maliciously knew that this was clipped out of context, and he's not going to present this to his audience about him being incorrect, right? He's not going to do it. He's going to ignore it, right? This is not going to make it on his subreddit. Even if it does, even if somebody clips this part out and puts this, like, this section on his subreddit, it'll be deleted by his mods because it doesn't reinforce his worldview, right? And if it stays up, he just won't watch it because it doesn't reinforce his worldview.
It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what the context is, so there's no goal. There's no kick. When you move the goalpost, you're moving it further from the kick. There's no kick.
At a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay, well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect?
Can anybody tell me what the he's talking about? He hasn't watched it. He hasn't cited anything that's out of context. He's talking about, oh, you're incorrect and you like, what is he talking about? How do people watch him? He literally will talk and drone on about nothing.
I mean, how can you be so confident in your hallucinations that you make such a foolish error? I guess when your very progressive audience gets replaced with Destiny fans who flood your subreddit with clipped out of context footage, that's how it happens. Oh, but Ethan doesn't know Destiny, so that can't possibly be the case.
Trigger warning next time, please. Please. Ugh.
Case. Even though this post and this post and this post and this post were either from the Destiny subreddit or from the H3 subreddit posted by someone active on the Destiny subreddit. I mean, just look at this chart from overlapping communities on Reddit. The blowback from the content nuke really started to materialize in H3 show 106.
Hello, my friends. We are here. We are back. There's just way too much to talk
So you
about.
notice all the president of Vendetta not even bothering to do simple checks of the info he's receiving just to make it sound like bad in his engagement / traction. It's valid. If it makes it sound like bad, it makes it sound look bad. It has engagement / traction. It's valid. Yeah.
Never ending, guys. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you to Gamer Subs for sponsoring us today. Thank you to the gang. What's up, people of the world?
The content nuke clearly didn't work as intended, so Ethan begins gleefully reacting to Trump saying he's going to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip, all the while Ethan blaming this on Hassan.
Trump has had some brilliant ideas on Gaza, once again reminding people that I voted and advocated for Kamala Harris, and Hassan did not.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I envision the world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable.
And you know he's going to call it like the Trump Strip.
Mara Gaza.
Mara Gaza?
Mara Gaza.
And I'll tell you who wouldn't be clearing out Gaza to build casinos. Kamala Harris.
I think it's
I can with 100% certainty say that the two candidates are not the same. I did my part to stop this. I wish I could say the same for other folks. It's a shame. I want to say this right now. If you are a leftist who said, I'm abstaining from voting for Kamala. If you are a leftist who said Kamala and Trump are the same on this issue. If you are a leftist who voted for Jill Stein, I say this, and I know you guys are shitting and pissing the bed and doing everything you can to pretend like this take is like the worst, dumbest, most outlandish, and also probably racist thing you could say. This is all in your lap, and you don't get to say shit. All these people are going to be like, Trump, I can't believe. No, bitch. You just sit down and take it, because this is all on you, and I don't give a shit. what you say. This is what this kind of activist.
Like, I don't even get mad at this person, cause like, of the use of vote shaming. No, I don't even care. Honestly, it's like, this is Ethan Klein. He doesn't believe in any of these things. You know what I mean? Like, I get mad at this stuff when it comes from like Harry Sisson or Olivia Juliana or like, you know, Brooklyn Dad Defiant on Twitter or something. You know what I mean? Like, not from Ethan. Like, yeah, it's like a 9-year-old lecturing you. Exactly. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me.
That Hassan and people like him, this is the outcome of their activism. It is, people need to start thinking about like, what is this level of activism we see?
And also, like, it doesn't even matter what I say. Like, Ethan's not going to see it anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to tell you guys why vote shaming doesn't work. I don't have to tell you guys that Kamala was also trying to, or was running on doing the same thing that Biden was, and that is ethnically cleansing Gaza. Like, you have like people in the region also saying that like the Jordanian king, I think also Egypt, coming out and saying that like, Biden was also trying to like force Jordan and Egypt to take Palestinians in, but just privately. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to tell you guys that, because we know. And Ethan's not going to see my criticism anyway, so there's just no reason for me to get mad at it. I think Haas said to vote for anyone but Trump, right? He never said never vote. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care. You know? Like, it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. There's no reality in Ethan's mind, right? It's just talking points. It's just talking points. Internal reports from the Biden camp showed them considering Gaza displacement as well. It doesn't matter.
Of like extraordinarily extremist, zero nuance, straight up hateful, uncompromising. You know, what is the outcome of this level of activism? What have they done for Gaza? Literally, what have they done for Gaza? What have they done for Gaza? Serious, I'm being dead serious. They've
like he's asking this to like his crew. He's not asking us, chat. He's not asking me, right? Because I tell him. I tell him, but he doesn't want to hear what we have to say. He doesn't want to hear what Hassan has to say. He doesn't want to hear what Mike has to say. He doesn't want to hear what any of us has to say. We're wearing identical bonnet right now, twins. But he doesn't, right? Because I can literally say right now exactly what vote abstaining is supposed to accomplish or achieve, and what the talking points were, and what leftists or pro-Palestinian activists have done for Gaza that flew in the face of what the Democrats wanted, which is why they didn't do it. But like, it doesn't matter, because like, he's never gonna see it, because he's isolated himself from any critique and criticism. You know, it doesn't matter. Is he implying voting for Kamala is doing something for Gaza while administration was doing the genocide? Yes. There's a lot asking a crew or a pause video. He doesn't really want to answer the answer. Yeah. Which is why he also did this for the for Denham's video. That's why he only watched a clip from Denham's video and didn't watch the entire video. To perform in a position anyway, he never cared about Gaza regardless of Trump's actions. Yeah. I mean, true.
Nothing. They are ineffective, completely worthless as advocacy goes. A total failed movement.
And then the CEO of Teddy Fresh joined in on the blowback. What up, Ela Kleiners? She posted this on her Instagram story. This artist I wanted to collaborate with decided I can't be associated with because I'm Israeli. I've followed him for years, always supported him, and I have an original painting of his at my house. When we talk about how serious the rise in anti-Semitism is, this is why it's scary for us. It's now so casual to just not want to associate with an Israeli, just because I was born there. Where in this very short, polite email does it say say anything about Hila being Israeli. I'm sorry, I can't be associated with this company. Thanks for the consideration. And Israel does not equal Judaism. How long is it going to take for these people to get this out of their heads? She then decided to call into the show and whine about her experience as a marginalized Israeli.
This is the result of Hassan's type of activism, where there's zero space, forget nuance. I mean, it's like they're just all or nothing. Like, I mean, that's just not how the world works. It's just not how the world works. Should I out him?
It's not Alex Pardee, he's a saint. He's the best person.
Yeah, Alex is a sweetheart.
I don't know if is it morally okay to say who he is. Whatever you guys think, I don't care.
I mean, if I say who he is, it's probably just get a bunch of snarkers buying his art, but I don't care. People should be. I mean, listen, it's not right. What an asshole response to, like, it's almost like he's, yeah, and by the way, like, he doesn't even dignify you with the response of, like, it's like, no, you actually, I can't be associated with this company. That's it. And you guys have had a relationship. Like, he knows you.
I'm just annoyed because it's not the first one. There's another person right now that is doing the same thing to me, somebody that I'm already working with. So, I don't know. This one really got to me because I have his art at my house, and it's like, what the f do I do with that? I appreciate the art. I don't want to
It's
do.
so difficult for me to feel bad for this person when, like, she was immediately, like, a day prior to this trying to get Hassan deplatformed for being pro-Palestinian. Like, even separate for everything that she has said thus far, like, literally the day prior trying to get Hassan sponsors removed and joining in that crusade. And then the next day, people being like, I don't want to work with you. Goodbye. Now it's like, oh, woe is me. Like, yeah, maybe if you weren't such a terrible person, I would feel bad for you. But, like, you know,
Destroy it, but I also don't want it.
And this is the result of this activism that Hassan, this is the result of Hassan's activism. This is what it resounds to. Alienation, hate, racism, and zero progress for people in Gaza. Zero. I mean,
he actively didn't help make sure we don't get Trump in office. So
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
No, I hope he's happy with, like, Trump-Landia that we're gonna get there. There should be a Hassan Street there, the Hassan Square.
and somehow it goes back to Trump, like, taking over Gaza and making jokes about how there's going to be a Hassan Street there. I don't know what this has to do with, like, her not getting opportunities. I don't know why her mind directly went to, like, yeah, let's laugh about Palestinians being ethnically cleansed because I lost a sponsorship opportunity. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, but I mean, go off, I guess. You feel me? Go off, Queen. You lay into them. Yeah. Dunk on those Palestinians who are being ethnically cleansed, I guess. You know, Ethan would be laughing and celebrating on his podcast if someone didn't want to work with Hassan because of his commentary. Yep, he would.
That's a good point. Hassan Piker way.
Yeah.
I'll advocate for that, yeah.
There are so many different explanations for this. And if this person really...
It's also just gross to be like, I'll advocate for in a Trump-owned Gaza for a Hassan Piker way. That's even just a gross thing to joke about, just in general. But that's just me. Maybe I'm being too sensitive. Maybe I'm being woke of the day to be like, hey, I wouldn't make that joke, but...
did know Hila and have a relationship with her already, there's no way the reason is because she's Israeli. They would have known that. Did they just find out she's Israeli? It could be that he saw recent clips of her, I don't know, agreeing with Rudy Giuliani about 2-year-old Palestinians, or calling Yoav Gallant a good guy, or even older footage of her saying the apartheid wall is a good idea for her safety, or I don't know, the content nuke on Hassan. You yourself admit that this guy is a fan of Hassan, so he's probably very supportive of Palestine. Chances are this dude probably assumed you were pro-Palestine, was proved otherwise, and politely told you he no longer wants to be associated with the company. Wait, what was the entire purpose of the content nuke on Hassan in the first place?
If you ever see Hassan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones.
Do you guys notice that Hassan stopped painting his nails? Because he agrees with Trump. Confirmed. He said no more painted nails when Trump got elected. He's not woke anymore. No more painted nails. Exactly. Hey, sorry. Okay. Faux doing faux things, shaking my head. Exactly. He said SMH my head.
Other fringe radical political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice. And so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable...
And I just want to point out, in case anybody's watching, we don't only do Ethan Klein coverage, we do other things too, okay? Even if we're talking about Ethan Klein today, again. Just for any lurkers who may be watching and lurking. We do other things. I promise. Please. Or was other being a super? No worries, no worries. We do finger counting coverage like the Pinky First gang, not Pinky First. That's how about during the Ethan segments. We hate on Asmund too. I would never hate on Asmund. If you see anything I've ever said about Asmund, it's a lie, it's AI, it's deep fake. I promise. It's not real. Okay? I would only be supportive of Asmund. Please, Asmund heads, please don't come at me. Alright, I barely survived last time. Do not dox my family again. I promise, please.
These are all their sponsors. And listen, at a certain point, when you've pushed every button, pulled every lever, and nothing's working, when you've tried your best to give good faith feedback and you think that something is that important to you, like you have, in my opinion, a moral obligation and what I see as a moral obligation to pull whatever lever you can. And I don't give a, I am not too proud and I am not above, you know, I don't give a shit, right? Like if you've done something dumb enough that you can get easily by an email to the sponsors, that's something you have to reckon and deal with. I've been dealing with that my whole career, okay?
I wasn't going to say it.
No, I am. I'm not. I don't hide from it. Everybody knows that.
Right.
I've been dealing with it for my whole career, okay? And it's just, it's something you got to reckon with. It's something you got to deal with. But, like, be accountable, man. And, you know, I have become accountable for a lot of things that people always send to the sponsors. And it's something you deal with. That's just life. And I think it's insane that all these brands are associating with Twitch when it's become a safe haven for extremist politics.
We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this.
If you look back at the adpocalypse that took place on YouTube, we all got so
I just joined. Didn't look at the screen. Look at the screen. Do you guys join with your eyes closed? You see who you want to watch and you're like, okay, boop. Eyes closed, and then you just type in chat without seeing what is currently on the screen? I don't have eyes. You're right. I'm being potentially ableist. And I'm just Ethan watching North Star. No, we're watching the North Star video right now, currently right now. That's so funny. This has happened like 5 times today. Is the craziest part. Somebody coming in and saying, hey, did you see North Star Radio release the video? When it's like in my title. My title's not even that long today. It's in my title. right? Or coming in here saying like, hey, are you going to watch this? Or are you going to talk about this? And we're currently watching and talking about it. Hey guys, he's talked about Ethan yet? Well, Ethan's literally on the screen. Y'all are funny. Y'all are funny. Oh, it is also pinned.
So hard.
Also, they're still stomping around up there.
There was years of the revenue being dog. I lost 90% of my ad revenue when that happened, and I didn't have sponsors at the time. That was like 100%. That was all my income was.
So
was
he's
from
talking
that.
about how the YouTube adpocalypse negatively impacted him, and he didn't have any sponsors at the time. He lost 90% of his revenue, and so he's like, "We need to do the same thing to Twitch. We need to do the same thing to Twitch." In case you're wondering why he's giving YouTube a pass, it's because he's on YouTube, and he wants to keep his revenue on YouTube. Hassan also has a YouTube stream. You know what I mean? Fresh or Fit stream on YouTube channel. Fresh and Fit stream on YouTube. Like, what are we talking about here? Right? He just doesn't talk about it because it will impact his bag, but he's not on Twitch. And he's totally fine with other Twitch streamers, not the millionaire Twitch streamers, but like the people who are like, you know, struggling to make ends meet, who are making like a minimum wage on Twitch, essentially. Right? He's fine with them losing their money because it's not him. Let's talk to Hassan, but Hassan doesn't get ads and sponsors. He like go after Twitch then, yeah. But Hassan isn't on YouTube. No, he is on YouTube. He has a YouTube video. Stream, channel. Gosh darn it, bro. Whew, jeez Louise. It's these clips in my head, dog. It's sapping my brain cells. He's losing it? I am losing it. I am 100% losing it.
When the apocalypse was happening, were you mad at the people who pointed out that ads were on ISIS videos?
Yes.
The nuke headed for Hassan turned.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, he's like, yes, I was mad at the people who pointed out the ads on ISIS videos that cost my ad revenue. That's why I'm going to do it to Twitch. Spoxbon, thank you for the prime, by the way.
Turned around, penetrated the Iron Dome, and it hit the Teddy Fresh offices. I'm sorry, but that is so incredibly hilarious. Of course, Ethan then went to Instagram to write, "I'm going to answer this because I've seen Eli getting enough from scumbags on the internet. This is someone she has had an existing relationship with. They have never had an issue with any of our conversations over the years. There is no reason for the shortness of the answer as they've been amicable and friendly until now. They're also a Hassan fan and active in online activist circles that target us. You like to hope that people can prioritize a personal relationship and see through the bullshit people say about."
It's just a little bit of genocide. Can we not just get past the whole you're against genocide and we're for genocide thing and like reach across the aisle and just like come together as like a family? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
About us, but it's not always like that. Also, don't know why some of you guys have a hard time believing this. Brad Does Music was literally canceled for taking a picture with us and forced to apologize. This has been a constant issue for Israeli artists since October 7th. Yeah, if you run defense for the IDF and say that 2-year-old Palestinians are taught to kill Americans, this should happen to you. I mean, in the same episode, only minutes earlier, Ethan called out creators for Palestine because apparently raising $1.6 million is negligible and doesn't actually help people in Palestine. Take a wild guess as to who was one of the main organizers of that charity event.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything?
Like anticipated the internet would get mad at Hassan and get Twitch community to ban him by pointing out the out of context clips of Hassan. I mean, that's confirmed. Yeah, he was trying to mobilize people on the anti-Hassan train to get Hassan banned. That's what his goal was. He'll say it was to hold Hassan accountable. I can't remember what I was saying. I'm literally losing it. But no, it was to get Hassan deplatformed. Still is, yeah, but he's he's not doing it with what he's doing now.
Happening in Gaza is a good thing. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of dollars. Is a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely not. Has it helped people? Sure. Has it helped the actual like movement? No. Like raise money. That's good. That's the easiest thing you can do is just give money, right? Good. Let's talk about real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change. Total
like
failure.
Voting for Kamala Harris in California. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay.
Like, yeah, no wonder people don't want to work with you guys. Nearly 100 of some of the most popular YouTubers and Twitch streamers were a part of that. You're just guaranteeing that you're hated across the internet.
We also raise money for Creators of Palestine as a community.
Point.
It's not real activism. It didn't make a single difference in Gaza. He's lost his mind. It's crazy how much I used to look up to H3. They were the fathers of fair use, and now he's just sitting here crashing out for days on end because Hassan Piker won't watch his silly little class project. That $1.69 million, and I put the 9 there because it was 1.693 million, so it's pretty close to 1.7, so we'll round up. That $1.69 million helped so many individuals, and no, it absolutely did not solve the crisis. That's not what we set out to do. If we had the power to do that, we would have done that 1,000 times over. But no amount of YouTubers coming together is going to solve what's happening in Gaza. We wanted to do two things. Use our platform to spread awareness and help in the ways that we can and raise the money that we can. And if you can't understand that, Ethan, if you can't like mentally understand that that's activism, you're an idiot. We pulled together creators from every single corner of the internet, people who have nothing in common, people who have never, ever talked about any political topic in public, and we got them to speak out about Palestine. The whole point was to get people who have never talked about these kinds of issues, who have never cared about these kinds of issues, and put them in front of them, and I think we did exactly that. From the Try Guys to Curtis Connors to everybody that we had together in that room, it reached so many corners of the internet and reached so many more people than we'd ever had before. That's activism. And then beyond that, VidCon was 2 weeks later, and I can't tell you how many creators came up to me and said, thank you for doing that, asked on how they could be a part of the next event we do, asked what they could do from their own communities and their own platform because they've been terrified to speak out. But seeing guys like Curtis Connor, seeing guys like the Try Guys put their whole platforms out there on the line and say, I don't care what the US government says about where they're going to send their dollars and who they're going to weaponize, I'm going to support this human rights violation. That's the activism, Ethan. It's using...
And this is also why, not to bring Ludwig into this, okay, to bring Ludwig into this a little bit. This is why people were mad at Ludwig, because it's more than just the money, right? This is more than just donating money, right? It's about, putting aside, like, your safety in your own, like, specific section of your community as a creator, putting that potentially on the line to advocate for something you believe in, right? Which Ethan, it doesn't do. You feel me? Well, I mean, he'll do it to like defend genocide, so I guess he does do it, but like in the opposite direction, right? But like that's impactful. That's important, right? The only reason why you see Kai Cenat holding the Palestinian flag on his stream that viewer sent to him and looking at Free Palestine bracelets and say like they're trying to get me right, that can only happen when other creators make it so that it's not taboo. Kai Cenat is not going to do that if it's considered taboo. He's not going to do that if it's considered a fringe position, right? But it takes, smaller creators like myself doing it, right? So that medium-sized creators do it, so that larger creators do it, so that the biggest creators do it, so that the top dogs of the industry do it, right? Like that's why it's impactful. That's why it's important. And Creators for Palestine, getting together some of the biggest creators in the industry to speak out positively for Palestine allows for other people who aren't a part of Creators for Palestine to also speak about Palestine, right? And I'm not even talking about Speed. Speed is a different beast. Speed is a trailblazer before any of this even started. Speed was talking about Palestine 2 years ago, right? That's an entirely different conversation, right? But even in this conversation about like allowing creators to feel comfortable speaking out, because I don't think Speed cares about like protecting his platform. Speed will say what he believes, right? And I respect that about Speed, right? But other creators are worried about brand deals. They are worried about how they're gonna pay their bills and stuff, right? And so making it so that talking about Palestine is not taboo, normalizing that for creators to do, is important for other creators to do so, right? But yet it's still like he can't be touched. I mean, because Speed is just a phenomenal creator. One of the greatest clips of all time on the internet was Speed saying, "Free you, the Palestinian kid on Omegle." Yeah. That was like over 2 years ago. Like, shout out Speed, bro. Genuinely, like, he started off rocky, right? It started off a bit, you know, not great for some of the things that he was saying, but like, he grew up. Like, genuinely, I think we'll look back at Speed and Speed's journey as a creator very fondly about somebody was very young, fell into a lot of success, did a bunch of stuff that wasn't good, and then growing up, right? And speaking what he believes in and trying to help people out and trying to just make good content, right? Genuinely, like, I respect, genuinely. Him listening to himself at Aiden Ross, probably the best decision he ever made. Yeah.
Your platform to spread awareness. And on top of that, you're just implying that none of us did anything else. Lots of us marched at rallies. Lots of us spoke to our
were pretty rough, but he's grown tremendously as a person. Yeah, it was bad, right? He said a lot of heinous things, right? But I genuinely respect somebody who grows from their past, right? Like Speed, like. And I will still say, Speed said things that were not as bad as Ethan said when he was 32. Speed, when he was 16, 17 years old, said heinous things, but it didn't even touch what Ethan was saying when he was 30 years old. But within the span of 2 years, within the span of 2 to 3 years, bro moved past all of that, right? And tried to make good content, right? And like, it's speaking out about things he believes in. 2 years. It's been 10 years for Ethan, bro. It's been 10 years since Ethan was doing stuff like this, and he's still doing stuff like this. He still has a lot of growing to do, but the current trajectory has been pretty solid. Yeah, he's still young. It's like 19, 20. Like, he's still very young. And I have hope that, like, so long as he doesn't surround himself by people like Aiden Ross again in the future, I think he'll continue to grow. He thinks he can beat Sha'Carri Richardson in 100 meters. He's still young and naive. Yeah, like he'd get cooked by Sha'Carri Richardson. That would be real. Like, people say that he's very athletic. Don't get me wrong. And I think if he wanted to, he could train for the Olympics, and he could probably after, like, maybe 5 or so years of dedicated training, I could see him becoming an Olympian, right? But like, I don't think he's beating, like. People were talking about he was close to beating Noah Lyles. I don't think that's the case. I think Noah was not taking it seriously. But that's a separate conversation about Speed. He'll make it to the trials. He won't make it to the Olympics. If he trained, I think he could. I think he could. But if he wants to continue to do like streaming and stuff, I also don't think he'd make it. You know? Was Noah actually trying to win? I think it was content. I don't think Noah would allow himself to lose, but I don't think he was like try-harding, you know? Around his incredibly strong runner and jumper for sure, yeah. The kid could be a super successful NCAA track athlete. I say this is a former D1 athlete myself. Okay, a little slight flex. Flight flex. What's sport? Track and field. Hey, let's continue. We're almost done with this. Is there an Olympic event for backflips? High jump, kind of. It's kind of the same motion. You know what I mean? If you ever seen like high jump, it's pretty similar to backflipping in the way you get over the bar.
Called our senators, called our local government officials, and made it very clear this is an issue to us. And here's a clip from his content nuke where he talks about how he donated $6,500 to Palestine.
Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein.
I'm not showing you the video of my backflip. I don't even know where it is.
Oh no, Ethan Klein
gave
$6,500.
When he was called out about this on Twitter and on Threads, he decided to come after Stanzi Potenza and go out of his way to say, how much money did you personally donate? That's such a stupid conversation point. So many creators, because I run Creators for Palestine. I see the back end. I see every donation. I can't tell you how many creators donated $10,000 plus $25,000 and more, but didn't make a public statement about it. And didn't try and say, hey, look at me. I'm a good guy. I did something that's the most basic human necessity. Hey, I'm a millionaire, so I decided to give some of my money. And unlike Ethan, didn't make it a shield to say, hey, I don't have these horrible political beliefs. No, because I donated $6,500 to Palestine. Therefore, I made a difference. And then he's going to come out and criticize Creators for Palestine. And for what? Ethan, I was a massive fan of you growing up. I can't tell you how much I looked up to you as the father of fair use and for dunking on horrible, cringy people on the internet, but you've become exactly what you were against back in the day. You have the kind of life people dream of. You're a multi-millionaire, you got your kids, you have everything you could want, and you spend every day sitting on the internet crying and whining and moaning. Get offline and get your mental health in order. You have absolutely lost it. And don't you dare ever disrespect Creators for Palestine or any other charity again. When you're sitting there talking, you're calling us to do some real activism. What the hell have you done? Was your content new real activism? Was telling everybody that, oh my God, big reveal, Hassan Piker's a socialist. Of course he's a socialist. He's been a radical socialist the whole time. That's who he's been. That's not real activism.
I actually haven't considered that he was actually hiding his power level. Confirmed.
Either. So why don't you get off, go enjoy your millions of dollars, your wonderful life, and then do some real activism if you care about it, instead of sitting in your stupid podcast chair, yelling at your employees, treating everybody you know like crap, because you know, Ethan, multiple people in your life haven't spoken to you because they're nervous of how you'd react in public, but privately, tons of your friends have talked to me and to others about how worried they are about you and your mental health because you've absolutely flying off the handle. Get it together.
Ethan then went to Instagram to try and make amends, I guess. But he really just doubled down. Oh look, another dipshit leftist lying about me on Twitter. Anyone remember me saying this yesterday? If I thought raising money is a bad thing, why would I donate $6,500 of my own money? By the way, since you bring it up, how much did you personally give? The fact is that raising money is negligible when you are helping the ethnic cleansing candidate win. This is a concept that...
You voted for Kamala Harris. They're both the ethnic cleansing candidate. But she's not gonna see this. We all know this. I'm not even gonna, we're just gonna continue. Also, yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
That is so obvious and easy to understand, but somehow when faced with criticism of their surface level and ineffective activism, they turn into lying baby brain propagandists. Ethan say money bad. Either you are dumb as or just a straight up liar. Either way, you scumbag. I have zero patience for anyone participating in this pathetic hate bandwagon. I'm not really sure what he means by helping the ethnic cleansing candidate win. I mean, he himself voted for Kamala. Wasn't she the vice president during the ethnic cleansing? And didn't she say that if she won the presidency, she would change nothing about what Joe Biden did in Palestine?
President Biden has tried unsuccessfully.
She did say that. That is a thing that she did say. This is true. Another reason why Ethan is not going to watch this video. Because he does not want to contend with this reality. He won't. Many liberals don't, actually. People who, like, sucked it up and voted for Kamala, a lot of times, they don't want to contend with the fact that, like, this is what they voted for, too. And I believe, my take is that, like, if you voted for Kamala, I don't care. It's not like we could have changed what, what they decided to do, ethnic cleansing. But so long as you understand that like both votes were votes for genocide, right? They are. Both votes were votes for genocide, right? And if you voted third party, I mean, sick, good for you. It doesn't matter in a two-party system anyway. Who cares? You feel me? It was beyond us. My take is that all of this was beyond us. It was beyond us. My only hope is that if enough people withheld their vote from Kamala, she may have changed her mind. But past that, it was beyond us. You know? Everything you did was a vote for genocide. Essentially, yeah. Voting for Trump, vote for genocide. Vote for Kamala, vote for genocide. Vote for a third party candidate, didn't matter. You know, you didn't vote for genocide, but like the only two options were going to be Trump or Kamala anyway. Not voting, only two options were going to be Trump and Kamala anyway. Right? Electoralism failed? Yeah, electoralism failed. There's nothing we could have done electorally to change what was going to happen here. Right? So in my opinion, I don't really care who you voted for, so long as you understood or understand that work needs to be done outside of the electoral system. And my problem with Ethan is not the fact that he voted for Kamala, it's the fact that he doesn't understand that work needs to be done outside of the electoral system. And he spends his time yelling about the pro-Palestinian movement instead of about, like, you know, the fact that a genocide is occurring under Biden and will continue under Trump. It's rough, buddy. George Carlin said it best. This country was bought and sold and paid for a long time ago. They shuffle around every 4 years. It's meaningless. Yeah. Okay, I won't say meaningless in that there are rhetorical differences that I do think it are impactful in some instances. Right? Like, I think Trump is doing things that I don't think Kamala would have done. But I don't think Kamala is better than Trump, because guess what? In 4 years down the line, she leaves office. Maybe 8 years down the line, she leaves office and we're back to where we started. Right? When I say that there's no difference between the Democrats and Republicans, I'm not saying that the Democrats will get in office and do exactly what the Republicans will do. What I am saying is that their interests are aligned. Right? The Democrats are a stopgap measure to just get to the next Republican administration that can then roll back our rights. That's it. If they don't do it themselves. I think Trump is absolutely destroying this country right now, though. Yeah, and he did in 2016. And if he didn't get elected now, the next Trump would do it in 4 years, or in 4 more 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 years. All electing the Democrats do is kicking the can down the road. And the Democrats are running on the notion that they are not Trump. They are running on the notion that not we're going to do better things, but we're not going to do bad things. And sick, cool, awesome, amazing, that only worked for so long. If the Democrats have proven that they can win elections in all eternity, I would be like, okay, sure. I would agree with their strategy of just get elected, don't do anything, therefore Republicans can't do anything bad. The problem is they cannot do that. They have shown, they have demonstrated that they are unable to actually win elections for all eternity. They are unable to do so. And they will not do what needs to be done to stop the Republicans from taking powers. They willingly handed the keys of the country to somebody who very clearly demonstrated that they were going to be a fascist dictator. The Democrats were marketing off the fact that Trump was claiming to be a fascist dictator, and then the Democrats gave him the keys to the country. They did not do anything meaningful to reform the Supreme Court. They did not do anything meaningful to abolish the Electoral College. And again, I've been saying this. If the Democrats abolished the Electoral College, the Republicans would have never won another election again in their lives. Ever. Ever. If the Democrats actually meaningfully instituted ranked choice voting, the Republicans would have never won another election ever in the entire history of this country. The problem is they don't want to do that. they don't want to actually fix the problems, because if they fix the problems, they cannot campaign off the problems existing. It's like Ro Khanna not showing up to vote to subpoena Elon Musk and then sending out an email the next day being like, the Supreme Court, or the Supreme Court, we failed to vote to subpoena Elon Musk. Give me money now. When he didn't show up to vote for it. That's the problem with the Democrats, right? So even in a world where Kamala Harris was elected, one, there's no evidence that she would not continue the genocide. There's actually evidence to the contrary, where she said that she will continue the genocide, by saying she'll do exactly what Joe Biden did. One. Number two, even if she stopped it, no evidence that she did, but even if she stopped it, right, there's no evidence that the Democrats would actually try to undo the horrific things that Donald Trump did in 2016. Because Joe Biden didn't do it. And there's no evidence the Democrats actually had any policies that were going to actually safeguard our rights for the next Republican administration. Go to her issues page. Oh, wait, you can't. She took it down. Go to the Wayback Machine and look at her issues page and tell me what policies she talked about there that are actually meant to safeguard our rights. She advocated for policies that Donald Trump advocated for in 2016, and we are expected that she would be better? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Particularly couldn't have a more progressive platform. Kamala Harris in 2019, when she was running for the 2020 presidency, right? For the primary, had a more progressive platform. Significantly more progressive. They've abandoned trans people. They've abandoned immigrants. They've abandoned black people. They definitely abandoned Gaza. Right? Not even abandoned. They actively funded its genocide. So if it makes you feel better, and this is what I said before the election even happened, if it makes you feel better to vote for Kamala Harris, if it makes you feel like you need to stop Trump or you couldn't let Trump be elected, I don't care what you do. Go vote for Kamala Harris. Right? I said that back then, and I stand for that, right? If you were like, I can't let Trump be elected, I have to do my part to stop Trump from being elected, sure. Right? But understand that it's all wishful thinking. We are projecting onto something that Kamala Harris had not demonstrated that she would be better on. She has not demonstrated she would be better on immigration. She has not demonstrated she would be better on Gaza. And she has not demonstrated she'd be better on trans rights. There's actually evidence to the contrary for all of the above. There's evidence that she would be exactly the same. And maybe in some instances she would be better. But they would never use the power that Trump is using now to take away our rights to safeguard them. There's no evidence of that. No evidence of that. Trump sat down in office, started signing shit. Just straight up just started signing shit. Doesn't even matter what the things were. Doesn't even matter if he constitutionally could do it or not. Right? But he got a stack of things on his desk every day. Sign, try to take it away in court. Where Kamala Harris would be like, oh, I can't do this because, oh, it's not constitutional. I can't do this because we don't have a supermajority in the Senate, so it's going to be taken away anyway. Like, it's just all adherence to traditionalism, adherence to policy and niceties and bipartisanship. She was promising to put Republicans on her cabinet. She was promising to put Republicans on her cabinet. I'm not saying that you have to be like ashamed of your vote for Kamala. Some people will say that, right? I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that understanding that the Democrats and the Republicans serve the same interests. They are both creating us to the same end reality. APAC? Not even just APAC. It's deeper than APAC, chat. It goes further than like foreign policy, even. Right? These are capital. That's why their consumer protections are slowly rolled back. That's why Biden, the most pro-labor president, still forces labor unions to sign contracts that they don't want to sign. Stuff like that. And understanding that is important to understanding that your vote for Kamala is not going to save the world. And that it takes advocacy from elsewhere, right? It takes advocacy from elsewhere to make meaningful change. And Ethan doesn't care about advocacy. He doesn't care about advocacy, doesn't care about trans people, doesn't care about immigrants, doesn't care about black people, doesn't care about Palestinians, doesn't care about poor people, doesn't care about really anybody, right? But it's a talking point that he can use to dunk on leftists or whatever. So that's what he'll use. Even if there's no evidence that Kamala Harris would stop the genocide, even if there's actually evidence to the contrary of the case. You know what I mean? There's evidence that Joe Biden's administration, which Kamala was a part of, were planning to do the same exact ethnic cleansing as Trump is doing, but because it doesn't serve its purpose, he won't talk about it. I wonder if Ethan will ever talk about it. I'm sure he will today. I'm sure today he's going to talk about the fact that, the candidate that he was supporting administration was also doing the same thing that Trump was doing, just to be fair. I'm sure he's going to talk about it. I'm sure. To do some introspection to be like, maybe Kamala was not as great as I thought she was. I'm sure that's the case.
To end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S.
I totally forgot that Tim Walz was in this interview as well, by the way.
weapons shipments? Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
We have to get a deal done.
So you have CNN, bro. And to be clear, she got asked this question at least 5 times on directly saying, will you change your policy on giving them weapons? Directly. She got asked that, and I can at least name 3 times off the top of my head, but probably more times, right? This CNN interview, the Black Journalist Society conference, and on The View. You act very clearly, right? Would you change your policy in providing them weapons? And she said, essentially, no. We're going to keep giving them weapons. No, we'll look into using the leverage to minimize deaths. No, listen, the Palestinians being killed are too much. Death toll is too high. We need to stop that. But let me be clear. I unequivocally support Israel's the means in which Israel needs to defend itself. Cinna's literally throwing her a bone. They're begging that she would just lie to win, but she can't even do that. Can't even do that. Can't even do it. Can't even do it. Can't even say we have leverage as the U.S. Government, and we will use that leverage to minimize deaths. Can't even do that. It's just more money to Israel. More weapons. More weapons to Israel. They need more weapons. More weapons. And that's it. That's her only policy.
Arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done.
So in the end, the nuke did detonate, just on the wrong target. I mean, guys, you're big boys. There are consequences for your actions. And targeted hate and harassment campaigns against very popular people on the internet is probably not going to end well, especially when you yourself, over the past year and a half, have really just been a bad faith actor in this whole Israel-Palestine discussion. You say you're pro-Palestine, but almost every day you talk shit about people that are pro-Palestine.
Fascist design is very good. Did you trying to gotcha? I mean, maybe, but like it's still a very clear question that you could have spun in some way to like humanize the Palestinians, and she did not. You know what I mean? She did not. Could not do it.
Palestine. You say you don't support the Israeli government, but whenever they bomb a hospital, you say, there's no way they did that.
Their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools. They embed themselves in the civilian population. They even dress as civilians when they fight.
You're obviously under the impression that Hassan hate videos get clicks, and you're not wrong. But a dead horse can only be beaten for so long before it becomes a rotten puddle of goo. Thank you for watching NSR. Peace and love. Free Palestine.
Oh my God, big reveal. Hassan Piker's a socialist. Of course he's a socialist. He's been a radical socialist the whole time. That's who he's been.
Some may say, fool, she's socialist. I'm just kidding. That's my thing. Okay. Where should we start with this, chat? Should we just skip to, for those of you who've seen this, skip to the Hassan Cleaner situation one? Or should we watch Dan called Ethan out? I don't know if that's anything relevant. Huh? Dan calling Ethan out? Is it relevant? I was better off looking at clips. I'm interested in the Dan part.
Probably not.
Probably not as good.
Not as funny as me.
As a blank title?
Dan, I can't help but notice you've kept the hairstyle.
Yeah, we got to talk actually. So
look at Dan. He
the
didn't cut
reviews
it.
are in particular from the wife, and the reviews are.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like entirely relevant to like the discussion. I mean, maybe it is. That's not it. Yeah. You can skip ahead. Thank you. Conversation. Also, W video, by the way. Everybody go like North Star Radio's video. Do the thing. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Also, welcome to the people of color. Welcome to being a person of color. W. You didn't even give it a thumbs up? You're right.
It's different genres.
So I dropped a bomb on Instagram stories yesterday that I wasn't sure if people, how much people were going to care about it, but I put it up anyway. It's about Hassan. This is what I say about Hassan.
SS on Pike, KKK.
That's funny. Since our friendship was a farce, listening to him talk about it, I have zero problem discussing these things. And I mean, it is really hypocritical, in my opinion. I even sent out a challenge, but here, I'll read this. I said, I put out a question before, who's making his chicken? People have been wondering, who's making his chicken? His fans and supporters say it's his.
Okay. First, let's just say this. This is my I don't know what he's going to claim directly, except for what Chad has told me. Does this not kind of minimize the whole Hassan thing? Like, does it not kind of minimize his entire talking points against Hassan? If he starts with Hassan as a terrorist supporter, needs to be banned on the platform, to now being at who makes Hassan's chicken? Is it a housekeeper he's not paying? Is it his mom that he's enslaving? Who knows? Like, I feel like it kind of minimizes the whole, reason why he made the content nuke on Hassan. Because it feels like now he's just grasping for straws. Versus his dog, now his mom. Like, it's drastically lowering the stakes. Yeah, I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. it's kind of like why, you know, sure. No, I'm here open mind, right? I am a neutral viewer who doesn't know much about Hassan and Ethan. Convince me. Convince me, Ethan. If he presents enough arguments, I will believe him. Convince me, please. Give me your arguments about Hassan underpaying a housekeeper, potentially that being his mom.
His mom, which is they really was making his chicken. His fans and supporters say it's his mom, which is they really think his mom is just slaving away all day. A grown-ass woman with a job who apparently just got a PhD. Like, she's like a real-ass person with a life. She's just at home cooking chicken for her son all day.
I genuinely... Okay. There's a few ways we could tackle this. One, we already saw the compilation. And you know what? We'll play it again because it's relevant here. Of his mom actually bringing him chicken all the time. And you know what? Ethan's right. It's his mom. It's his dad too. Hassan's dad brought him chicken like 2 weeks ago on stream. Like, so I also orders food a lot. Yeah, that too.
I mean, it doesn't matter where you live. The reality is most of your haters or most haters online are haters because they don't go out in the real world at all. They do not step foot outside. They live on a steady diet of chicken tendies that mommy brings them, and that's...
It's like 5 clips on repeat.
It's a cult.
It's a cult. Hassan's community is a cult. Okay, I agree with this one. This one I unironically agree with. True.
It's a cult. The cult that his audience goes to. So they're calling me a liar, which is good because it means that if it's true, which it is, it might affect their opinion of him. Anyway.
No, like, even if this is true, like, Hassan has a housekeeper that, like, he's underpaying, I guess, which I don't know where Ethan's evidence of that is. But like, yeah, like, you need to provide evidence that, like, Hassan is like underpaying the housekeeper or whatever, which I'm sure Ethan has for sure.
So I said, I met her. She's a lovely Hispanic lady. She doesn't speak English. She cleans and cooks, works full time, I believe. Hassan grunts and uses Google to talk to her.
Okay, can I ask what that means?
Well, she doesn't speak English and he doesn't speak Spanish.
Right, no, I get that part. What is it?
Like, okay. My question would be, okay, I have questions, right? Just imagining this is truthful. When has Ethan come across this information? Number one. 2, how does he know that she doesn't speak English, or that Hassan pulls out Google Translate to talk to her? Like, I just have questions. I have questions. How do we not know that? Ethan went to his house one time. One time? You're lying to me. No, you're lying. He's been there before. No, more than that. He's at his house once. I was at his house once. Okay? Do I know the intricacies of everything Hassan does because I've, by proxy of just being in his house? What did you see? Editors are in the basement. You didn't hear it from me. You didn't hear it from me. I could have sworn I saw Austinox down there. Also, Flowy Chloe, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I promise you I'm not ignoring you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. It's much appreciated. You didn't hear from me. In case you're wondering where Austinox has been, maybe Austinox has been locked down there. That's why Austinox is no longer on Twitter. Yeah. Was Vorlo there too? Well, I saw a staircase that went lower. I didn't go down there. That was scary. So, who knows? You see any leftover Hamas swag from the gift basket? It was before the Hamas swag came in, unfortunately. I would have snagged something. But no, it was before the gift basket started arriving, unfortunately. Have other people who don't like Hassan anymore been there, like XQC? Then said she saw Austin in Only an Apron cleaning GCM too. I did not. The only people for real, the only people I saw were Hassan, Kaya, Marat came in. And I think that was it. I wasn't lounging around his house. I didn't like do like an in-depth search of his house. But like those are the only people I saw. I didn't see any Mexican or Hispanic housekeeper who only spoke Spanish. So, did you potty? No, I did not. I should have used the golden toilet. I know. Does Bernard have a Dexter's Laboratory style setup? I didn't see it. I told you I didn't search the house, chat. I saw like only like one room out of the 50 rooms he has.
Uses Google to talk.
You know how you would motion.
Right. No, I get that part. What is it? Uses Google to talk.
You know how you would motion. I'm being a little facetious, but he's using how you would motion to somebody.
Yeah, I'm specifically asking about the Google part. I didn't follow what you meant.
Oh, like
by
you
uses
Google Translate it and then you
okay.
It talks.
Got it.
Like, you know, hey, last time the chicken was overcooked, can you please get your shit together?
I thought you were saying like he's like chicken. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but with more words. That is what's happening. So, yeah, he grunts and uses Google to talk to her. Okay. She seems to not be on his utopian socialist pay plan.
Like, honestly, I will say this, like, the crew is kind of taking it not very seriously. And I feel like if Ethan was joking, it would be funny, right? Like if Ethan was doing what I was doing just now, being like, he has editors in his basement as like a meme, as a joke. You know what I mean? Like, there's comedy to that. I can see the comedic potential there. But Ethan's being entirely serious, and like the crew is just like being like, just like not taking it seriously at all. But he's also admitting that he's being facetious and he's not being fully serious. And so it's hard to imagine, like, from a perspective of somebody who wants to learn about like Hassan exploiting this random housekeeper who is like an immigrant who doesn't speak any English. How am I supposed to take what Ethan's saying seriously when he admits that, like, oh yeah, certain parts of this are you know, hammed up and exaggerated, and I'm being facetious here, but I'm being serious about this. Like, I don't know where I don't know where like the truth starts and stops and like the comedy begins, you know? A twist, Austinox is a Hispanic woman who makes Hassan chicken when they aren't making videos about in his editing dungeon. I could see that if it wasn't for the fact that Austinox is a vegan. Like a very notable vegan. So that's even worse. Hassan forces a vegan Hispanic woman to make his chicken. Not very progressive of him, actually. Not very progressive of Hassan to force his vegan Hispanic housekeeping editor to make his chicken for him every day. Wow, interesting. Interesting. Homelander moment.
Where everyone is entitled to the means of their production. She frees up a ton of time for Hassan to stream, works in his home, very clearly part of his production. She should be entitled
Also, okay,
to
I don't want to point out, I don't believe a single word he says here, by the way. I don't believe Ethan claims this person is undocumented. They cut that out of the VOD. Do you have a clip of that? I'll only react to what he's saying here because if I have no clip of it, I'm not going to like, you know, be, oh, he definitely said this because that's what Ethan does. But if there's a clip, I'll look at it. Does he give any evidence? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Hassan to stream, works in his home, very
Would
clearly.
you believe it if you were neutral? No. Like, I would need evidence to believe it. If he provided evidence, then maybe, but like, currently, from what he's provided so far, which is nothing, I would not believe him. I will tell you the moment where I would believe him if I was neutral. Like, if I was completely coming out here blind, with no, like, with nothing, no preconceived notions, I will tell you the moment where I believe that, it's neutral.
A part of his production, she should be entitled to a percent of his profits by his own logic, by his own statements that he said on Leftovers. Judging for what I saw, she's probably making slightly above minimum wage. It just shows the
Like
obvious.
that? Like, what is, if you've been in this house a single time, how would you know that? Like, genuinely, how would you, even if everything else he said was correct, how would he know? You know what I mean? Like, Ethan doesn't speak Spanish. What is how in Spanish? Como? Does he say, he walks up to this person who does not speak English, say, como dinero? And then, is it K? It is como? That's right, chat. That's 3 years of high school Spanish. 3 years of high school Spanish. How money? Listen, I don't know what you want me to tell you. Ethan couldn't speak Spanish. He wouldn't know the words. He wouldn't know the words. You would say cuánto dinero? Well, he wouldn't know that. So, exactly.
Hypocrisy and total insincerity of Hassan's socialism.
Cuánto for money. Thank you. Thanks, chatter, for all of my Spanish-speaking chatters out here. I appreciate you for correcting my Spanish. Thank you. He would not know that. He would not know this. That's the point I was making, is that, like, what would Ethan say to this person? You know what I mean? That's my point. He would not say cuánto dinero. You know? Sure, he wouldn't care either. Exactly. Around 3:45. Wait, pause. 3:45. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. I'll play this when we got in here. I want to see if it's still here. Okay.
That visits to never mention her for, quote, obvious socialism. He also tells everyone that visits to never mention her for, quote, obvious reasons.
Okay, that's just not true. He never told me to never mention her or never mention this person for obvious. I promise you, like, that was not a thing. That was not a thing. When you went, it was her day off? Yeah, it must have been. Must have been her day off.
literally what he told me. He says, don't mention it for obvious reasons, because he knows it makes him look like a charlatan. I don't care about sharing anything confidential because it's pretty clearly expressed our friendship was a farce. So my question is this to all of his fans who are like, the coping is unbelievable. They go,
Denim and Sean now have refuted it. Well, what did Denim say? Because I will say, for me, I never met anybody like that. There was nobody like walking around cleaning Hassan's house while I was there. It wasn't a thing. He didn't tell me to not mention anything for obvious reasons. Maybe Ethan has a different experience than I did, but I did not experience that. Then it said that she also doesn't know this is Ghost Maid.
oh, Ethan must.
Denim said that Ethan thought Hassan's mom was his Hispanic housekeeper, but he refused that later on apparently. So we'll get to that in a second.
Stuck this housekeeper who doesn't speak English is for his mom. He's so racist. He can't tell the difference between a migrant Hispanic. For him, they go, oh, Ethan must. His fans who are like, the coping is unbelievable. They go, oh, Ethan mistook this housekeeper who doesn't speak English is for his mom. He's so racist. He can't tell the difference between a migrant Hispanic lady and Hassan's mom.
So I don't think that you're wrong. I will admit that is a very funny theory.
It's funny, but they believe it's funny because it's so fucking stupid, and they all are like, yeah, no, that's what happened.
I mean, you have to provide evidence that you, with an absence of evidence, which we currently have an absence of evidence, right? You have not provided, and what we see as the audience is we see Hassan's mom making him chicken and bringing him chicken. That's what we see, right? There is evidence of that, right? And so if you're going to dispute that, you have to provide evidence that of this, phantom housekeeper person or whatever, right? The absence of evidence is not evidence. Yeah. Or is that evidence of absence? Like you gotta say something. You gotta give us something. Give me something. Just give me like some proof. Because if his only proof is I've been at his house, like I've also been at his house, and that's not what I saw. I did not have a similar experience. So we are at an impasse, I guess. Maybe I wasn't good enough friends with Hassan to meet his Hispanic non-English speaking housekeeper. Maybe.
The appeal of wanting to believe that, especially if they already hate you, like that is a very funny explanation.
Like, it's what I don't get from Dan. Does that not apply to Ethan too? Does this not apply to Ethan levying this with no evidence? People who hate Hassan are just going to believe it. People who don't like Hassan are just going to believe that Hassan has a migrant Hispanic housekeeper that he's mistreating and enslaving to make his chicken for him. Like,
to believe that, especially if they already hate you, like that is a very funny explanation. But I do think the difference between Turkish and Spanish.
But she speaks English. Isn't she American? Or like she's at least lived in America for a long time. I've never met his mom.
I don't know.
Yeah. But anyway, it wasn't his mom.
You've explained to me the situation with your former housekeeper.
Oh, you are right. He did cut this out. He did cut it out. That was an interesting cut, wasn't it, chat? I was listening for it and I was like, wow.
I could see the appeal of wanting to believe that, especially if they already hate you. Like that is a very funny explanation. But
I don't know why they have their faces blurred, but
I do think the difference between Turkish and Spanish.
But she speaks English. Isn't she American? Or like she's at least lived in America for a long time. I've never met his mom.
I don't know.
Yeah. But anyway, it wasn't his mom. Because I was shocked, frankly, when I saw her. So I asked him questions. I was like, like, how do you, like, is she, I think she's undocumented, which is, I don't know for sure, but that was my impression. Because he said he got the recommendation from someone he knows.
That was the impression? What is he talking about? No wonder he got this out. That's so crazy. I got the impression she was undocumented. Okay. All right.
My impression, because he said he got the recommendation from someone he knows. And not that there's anything, in my opinion, wrong with hiring undocumented workers for certain things. But it's funny because people say, oh, Ethan's being sued by his employee. And now he's talking about Hassan has a migrant. Well, I'll tell you this. At least my employee can sue me. His migrant.
What? Okay. So he very clearly said, I don't know this for sure. And then he just operates under the assumption that this is just true. He just pretends like it's true to make a point. If the maid was real and undocumented, he could be putting her at risk too with his wild lie or truth. Yeah. I mean, so for when I say this, I feel like Ethan is just defaming and making up shit about Hassan because he knows Hassan won't sue him. He's running fast and loose with this. Yeah.
I agree. He's
just making this up. Yes, he's making it up. He said it himself. He's making it up. He says, I don't know this for sure, but I was under the impression.
Because I was shocked, frankly, when I saw her. So I asked him questions. I was like, like, how do you, like, is she, I think she's undocumented, which is, I don't know that for sure, but that was my impression.
He said, I think she's undocumented. I don't know that for sure, but that was my impression.
Because he said he got the recommendation from someone he knows. And not that there's anything, in my opinion, wrong with hiring
and then
undocumented.
he just pretends like it's true. You know what I mean? He just pretends like it's true. Why would he ask Hassan if she's undocumented? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I have no clue, bro. I have no idea.
Workers for certain things. But it's funny because people say, oh,
Why didn't this come with the content? It's because it's a lie made up to further his agenda.
Ethan's being sued by his employee. And now he's talking about Hassan has a migrant. Well, I'll tell you this. At least my employee can sue me. His undocumented worker has no legal recourse. He's just got to shut up and fucking smile.
That is an interesting point. Like, I understand. Like, so
If
I mean, obviously,
if I really wanted to take advantage of people, I would have gone and got myself an undocumented worker to clean my house.
Right. So you've
Hater,
you've explained to me the situation with your former housekeeper, and I think it is pretty clear that she's trying to run you down for some money.
Thanks, Dan.
I definitely, again, you bringing up a housekeeper the day after your housekeeper sues you, it is a little. I mean, surely you can see that's a little ironic.
I guess so. I mean, it was on my mind, I guess.
Right, I guess.
I don't see what's ironic about it.
Like, I understand that
the than Cali, by the way, it doesn't even matter, Chad. So I didn't click the link. It doesn't freaking matter. We're like 5-6 steps removed from like literally reality. We're talking about an imaginary, undocumented Hispanic housekeeper who can't speak any English that Hassan had apparently hired to cook his chicken. And whether or not this imaginary person can sue Hassan or not. Because Ethan is currently being sued by his employee. We've strayed so far from the light of God that like we are essentially in hell. Like what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Like literally we've arrived at like AO3 fanfic level discussions. That Ethan's not even saying himself that like I know for a fact this is true. He's not even saying that like I know for a fact this is true. He's saying that like I just assumed that this person that I met was undocumented because I met this person. I can't provide any evidence, but like this is what was told to me that I've been holding in like, and again, even if all of this was true, Ethan Klein holding in that Hassan was exploiting his like migrant worker who was undocumented, who had no, who can't speak any English, to save for a dunk on Hassan after dropping in his like Hassan nuke. Doesn't look good for Ethan either. If we're being entirely real, does not bode well for Ethan. Like, I just, like, what are we talking about here?
The truth will ultimately prevail in your favor on your situation, but I can see why people thought the timing was interesting.
Well, interesting how?
Because it's the day after you got sued by your housekeeper.
But in what way?
I mean, come on, it's the day.
Spell it out, Dan.
Because you're talking about somebody else when you just got sued by your housekeeper the day before. And again, I'm telling you, I understand that it's a frivolous lawsuit that's going to get dismissed. But I'm just optics-wise.
I mean, first of all, I had mentioned this beforehand, and I was waiting to see if people were going to like press Hassan to talk about it. They didn't, right? Everybody kind of conveniently ignored what I said. So I mean, probably was on my mind subconsciously, I guess. I mean, I read this post and I was like, fuck it, I'm going to say it. Because it was a response to this Reddit post here that says, small example of why Hassan's community is naive as fuck. They really think his mom is the one cooking all that chicken, as if she's not a sentient being with life of her own. They think she's in his house 24/7, day in, day out, cooking his meals, if she has no life.
She lives there. Are we insane? Are we crazy? She lives in the house. She needs to eat too. Oh, I'm sorry, Hassan's mom. You must only make food for yourself? You must only make food for yourself? And you can't make food for Hassan because people online do not like it. They're not fans of it. But does she not live there? She visits often though. That's his mom. Okay, well she does not live in the house. Excuse me, I did misinformation according to this one chatter. Honestly, at this point, we're too far down the rabbit hole, bro. I don't care if she lives there or not. But like, she no longer can be at Hassan's house. And she does. She lives there. Does she live there? I'm pretty sure she does. My point is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We've arrived at the point where we're debating whether or not Hassan's mom lives in this house. Do we not see how far we've strayed? Do we not see how far we've gotten away from the actual point of discussion? We are arguing whether or not Hassan's mom lives in this house or not. Like, I swear, mods, just start banning people who ask me if I've seen content I've already very clearly have seen. It's in the freaking title. It's in the title. Look at the VOD, please. It takes you more time to type in here in chat and look for my answer than just looking at the VOD. Huh, it's in the title. He's talking about something else right now. Let me just go check real quick to see whether or not he's already talked about this specific thing. Let me just look. Let me go look and see. Let me just do a little peek.
Ethan obviously implied Hassan told him he has a personal chef. Actually, no, I met her. She's his housekeeper that does everything for him. But there's actually some updates I'm not going to say because I don't have 100% proof, but that make her case, I'm pretty sure it's all true, which I'll say when I find out.
I'm pretty sure it's all true.
Makes her case look obscenely fucking silly.
Your housekeeper's case.
Yeah. Makes it look even dumber and more pathetic.
Interesting.
So that's what I said about it, right?
Well, that's what you said at first, but I'm definitely want to talk to you about the second part.
Here, we'll get there, Dan.
Okay.
I will say this:
as companies grow,
Hassan has been pretty quick to respond to whatever I've been saying about him, not directly, but through other people to discredit me. He's been really quiet on this issue. Also,
of whether or not he has his mom make his chicken or not, like, you know what? I agree. This is the most important thing Hassan needs to respond to. I agree. You know what? I agree with you, Ethan. He needs to drop everything and respond to this specific. This is the claim he needs to respond to. Not him being like a terrorist supporter. Not him being having a Houthi on stream. No. He needs to respond to who's making his chicken. That. Yes, I agree. I totally agree, bro. That I don't care about anything else Hassan has to say. I need to see who is making his chicken. I need answers. I demand answers. I demand answers. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I feel like we have kind of lost the plot a little bit. We've arrived at the point of Ethan Klein's like mental crash out where like he's like, you know, like when you jump off a cliff. No, not like you should not jump off a cliff. You know, like how in theory, if you were to jump off a cliff, right? In a video game, if you were, I don't recommend you do, but if you were to jump off a cliff, right? You like are accelerating towards the water, and the longer you're in the air, the more you're accelerating. We're like at the moment right before he hits the water where he's hitting like terminal velocity, right? As fast as he possibly can get before hitting the water. This is where we are now, right? Because like we've run out of steam. You know what I mean? We've run out of steam. There's nothing left. We are talking about whether or not Hassan's mom lives in his house to cook his chicken, or whether or not he has an undocumented Hispanic housekeeper migrant who doesn't speak English, who cleans everything and cooks his chicken every day for him. And I feel like maybe we've lost the plot. Maybe. Oh, and gets paid minimum wage. And in case you're wondering how Ethan knows, he can tell, apparently. I feel like we've lost the plot. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I'll go a step further. Everyone who visits his house knows this lady. Cutie Cinderella, Austin, Will.
I've been there. What, am I not a real Hassan friend? Did I not get the full Hassan house experience? You've only been once? So has he. He's only been once too. Am I not cool enough to meet the enslaved migrant Hispanic, only Spanish-speaking housekeeper who's undocumented? Christian Divine, what are you hiding? That was the fake house? It must have been the fake house. He only tells white people? That's crazy. Because I didn't show you the slaves because you're black? Maybe. That's what it is. This is okay. Just genuinely, like, separate from, like, you know, Ethan trying to, like, slander Hassan, like, this is kind of funny, right? You kind of have to laugh. You kind of have to laugh at this. Because, like, what are we even talking about? What are we talking about? Like, you see Vorlo in the basement? No. I didn't see Vorlo. I only saw the editors in the basement, or in the dungeon, right? It's like, there's like 2 levels of the basement. I only went down to level 1, right? I walked down one set of stairs and I saw like Ostonox like tied up editing videos. And there's another staircase that was darker. I didn't want to go down. Maybe Vorlow's down there. Did FD meet her? Maybe. Vorlow's definitely level 2 basic. HTC would have been all over this for years if this was true. Ostonox edits videos? You're right. He doesn't do that.
Carolyn Kwan or whatever her name is. I'm sorry if I don't know her name. I think it's similar, something like that. They all know her.
Okay, that was very clearly. Maybe this is too ugly. I think that was very clearly misogyny. Like, very clearly. Like, the guy who couldn't say Megan Thee Stallion. He knows Caroline's name. Who's that? Yeah. Does Grimes know? I'm sure Grimes does know.
They all see her. She's there. She works full time. These people could easily call me a liar.
Maybe I wasn't cool enough. She wasn't there when I was there. Okay.
He could sue me for defamation. This is just an outright lie. This is an outright fabrication.
If it were an outright fabrication.
Yeah, this would be an easy defamation.
But he knows Hassan won't sue him regardless. Why are their faces blurred? For your entertainment, chat. He's admitting it was a lie. No, he's saying if it was a lie, chat. He's saying if it was a lie. He's not admitting to like it being a lie.
Because that's true.
But somehow everybody's crickets on it. And yeah, all those people are definitely well aware of his hypocrisy, and they keep it mum's the word on it because for obvious reasons, hey, you know what I mean? They're all riding. All those people are on Hassan's tit. Let's be real. He is by far the biggest creator, and pushes his weight around too, and they know who butters their bread. So yeah, he's a hypocrite, of course, obviously. I mean, who isn't, right?
Hold on.
We all have short.
Hold on. No, I'm not gonna say Hassan's not a large creator, but like the idea that like these other streamers need Hassan and his audience in order to be successful is like laughable. Like, I'm sorry. Like, most of these other streamers want to cultivate an audience away from Hassan. Like, they don't want like a Hassan audience. I'm pretty sure Lubbock is bigger. No, Lubbock is not bigger than Hassan is. Hassan is larger than Lubbock is. Lubbock's bigger than Hassan? No, he's not. He's not as large. And is a streamer. He's not. Hassan is larger as an individual streamer. It's close, but as a streamer, Hassan is larger. Now, Asmongold is bigger. Also, Hassan doesn't even raid. He raids cuties sometimes, or cuties live. But like, yeah, most of the time, not really. Cutie and Lubbock have separate audiences from Hassan. Yeah, very clearly so. So I basically never interact with other streams anyway. People have to invite themselves in sometimes. Ethan is struggling with the concept of having friends. Once again,
shortcomings. We don't. I mean, you know, we don't. He streams 12 hours a day. He can't cook his own chicken. I don't blame him. I have a housekeeper. You know, very upfront about that. So Hassan says this about. I asked him about his opinion about how janitors in his socialist utopia should be compensated. Here's what he said.
Oh, you have different people.
Does he skip all of this in this VOD, or does it?
And I think it is pretty clear that she's trying to.
Okay, no, we've arrived back here. So like, we only cut out the part calling her undocumented here.
Stuck this housekeeper who doesn't speak English is
for his mom. He's so racist. He can't tell the difference between a migrant Hispanic lady and Hassan.
I'm gonna think for the 5 gifted subs, by the way. Much appreciated.
To mom.
So I don't think that you're wrong. I will admit that that is a very funny theory.
It's funny, but they believe it's funny because it's so fucking stupid, and they all are like, yeah, no, that's what happened.
I could see the appeal of wanting to believe that, especially if they already hate you. Like that is a very funny explanation. But I do think you know the difference between Turkish and Spanish.
But she speaks English. Isn't she American? Or like she's at least lived in America for a long time. I've never met his mom.
I don't know.
Maybe he has it. He just doesn't know because he assumed that she was the housekeeper. Huh? Huh? Consider that. I don't believe this. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that Hassan would have a housekeeper. I don't believe Ethan at all in the way that he's presenting this information. Even if that was the case. You know what I mean? The way he's presenting the information is so, it's both supposed to be serious, but also has admitted to being facetious about it, or certain instances of it. The idea that she is undocumented, or he assumes that she's undocumented, the idea that he can see her and tell she's paid below minimum wage, things like that are just like, he has a housekeeper but not a live-in one. We have no evidence that he has any housekeeper or whatever. I've never met this person, and no viewer has any evidence that that's the case. Could it be the case? Maybe. None of us have any evidence that this is the case. Right now, it's just Ethan's word versus my word, and what he said he experienced at Hassan's house, and what I said I experienced at Hassan's house. Do you have a housekeeper? I mean, myself. Are you reason why it matters? It matters to Ethan because he's like, oh, she's not a part of the worker co-op you have in your streaming landscape. Therefore, you're immoral. Also, seeing like Hassan is a very clean person. Is this not true? I'm not gonna engage in getting too deep into how clean Hassan is, so he doesn't need a housekeeper. I don't freaking know. I don't know. That's my take. I don't know. I'm not going to imagine a world where Hassan is so clean, so he doesn't need a I don't know, right? I can only tell you what my experience is, and I did not meet a housekeeper when I was there. I don't know if he has a housekeeper. He may have a housekeeper. I don't know, right? But the way that Ethan's presenting this information does not lead me to believe that he's at least accurately describing anything about what's going on. Ethan said that he has not that he has a housekeeper. Ethan said that he has a undocumented Hispanic woman who doesn't speak any English that Hassan has to grunt to communicate with her, who cooks his chicken every day and cleans up after him, who is a live-in housekeeper working 24/7 that gets paid below minimum wage. That is what Ethan Klein is claiming here. That is insane. That is crazy. If Ethan was just oh, he has a housekeeper, he's not telling anybody, and she's not a part of the worker co-op, and she's not getting paid, a portion of the streaming revenue or whatever. If that was his take, I feel like that would be more believable. But he's literally crafting fan fiction. You know what I mean? Literally crafting fan fiction. This company got sued because he hired a personal housekeeper through his company, and now are you saying that Hassan should go through the same mistake and share his profits? Is crazy. I mean, that's not exactly why he got sued. He got sued for a lot of reasons. Even if Hassan has a housekeeper, nobody cares, and no one thinks that she needs to be part of his cooperative, and no one believes that Hassan pays her below minimum wage. Well, if he can throw that on her, maybe. It'd be hilarious if he thinks that Turkish sounds like grunts. So the Hispanic migrant housekeeper is just his mom that he speaks Turkish to? And Ethan's like, why is he talking to her like that? Like, Ethan walks in, assumes that Hassan's mom is the help. And when Hassan talks to her in Turkish, he just assumes that it's grunts. That is more believable. Honestly, that is more believable. And text, he thought texts were Google Translate. That's more believable. Yeah. That is more believable than whatever story he's spinning here. My face is Dan's face here. It's hilarious that it's believable. Yeah. Oop. There's something I wanted to see as well, which was this. Because this is a second. Thing is, he just said that he's never met Hassan's mom. It would be funny if Hassan said his mom was the one was there one time where he visited, because that would confirm it. Yeah, it's like this chatter saying. He said, every time I think he can't get worse, he manages to do it, trying to ruin a random woman's life because you looked at her and assumed that her citizenship status is crazy. If she doesn't speak English, that alone could be enough for ICE to mistreat her, even if she is documented. And you know Hassan haters are deranged enough to attempt to contact ICE about this. But honestly, I think it's just Hassan's mom. Ethan said that he's never met Hassan's mom, and he visited his house on January 6, 2023. I know for a fact his mom was staying with him for a while for the holidays, up until at least a few days earlier. He was complaining about his dad fattening him up every time they visit. But who knows? Maybe she had left at that point. A bit harder to search transcript for Turkish. I mean, maybe. But like, that would be so. He's having a difference between the race assumption of that because she looks Hispanic.
I don't know.
Yeah. But anyway, it wasn't his mom.
You've explained to me the situation with your former housekeeper.
Yeah,
and I
there was
think
a cut here we just watched here about claiming she was undocumented.
That she's trying to run you down for some money. I did the day after.
Well, interesting how?
Because it's the day after you got sued by your housekeeper.
But in what way?
I mean, come on. It's the day.
Spell it out, Dan.
Because you're talking about somebody else when you just got sued by your housekeeper the day before. And again, I'm telling you, I understand that it's a frivolous lawsuit that's going to get dismissed. But I'm just optics-wise.
I mean, first of all, I had mentioned this beforehand, and I was waiting to see if people were going to press Hassan to talk about it. They didn't, right? Everybody kind of conveniently ignored what I said. So probably was on my mind subconsciously, I guess. I mean, I read this post and I was like, fuck it, I'm going to say it. Because it was a response to this Reddit post here that says, small example of why Hassan's community is naive as fuck. They really think his mom is the one cooking all that chicken, as if she's not a sentient being with life of her own. They think she's in his house 24/7, day in, day out, cooking his meals, if she has no life. Ethan obviously implied Hassan told him he has a personal chef. Actually, no, I met her. She's his housekeeper that does everything for him. But there's actually some updates I'm not going to say because I don't have 100% proof, but that make her case. I'm pretty sure it's all true, which I'll say when I find out.
That someone sells the chicken and drops it off to him. That's why he doesn't take out containers. I always assume it was a chef service. If there was a chef service like that, she would cook the food at her house and drop it off occasionally. It's not that bougie. I mean, maybe. I'll just stream on YouTube because I started to stream the shock on my face. When you pull out the blackface video, that it isn't deleted. Oh yeah, no, it is a blackface video that he has up that he defends. He defends because he says it wasn't blackface. He says it was just a face mask. He defends to this day. So, good food from DoorDash. He does order food as well. Which, if you're going to cancel streamers for ordering food, cancel me. Cancel me. Just take me out. Take me out back. I literally ordered food this morning. Take me away. Talk about fiend. Listen, it is kind of difficult to keep with a robust diet and cook your own meals when you're streaming for like 7 hours a day. Right? Who cooks your chicken?
Her case looked obscenely fucking silly.
Your housekeeper's case.
Yeah. Makes it look even dumber and more pathetic.
Interesting.
So that's what I said about it.
I think
right?
here's if Ethan doesn't understand that he got into hot water because of this court case he's having with his maid, and instead of talking about that, he's trying to circumvent talking about any criticism by talking about Hassan. He's pulled the ripcord instead of taking any accountability and focusing on his own. Well, I mean, he did say like, "Oh, I have a bombshell that's gonna make this entire case laughable against my own housekeeper," but like, I'm not gonna share it yet, though.
Well, that's what you said at first, but I'm definitely want to talk to you about the second part.
Here, we'll get there, Dan.
Okay.
I will say this:
as companies grow,
Hassan has been pretty quick to respond to whatever her name is. I'm sorry if I don't know her name. There, she works full time. These people could easily call me a liar. He could sue me for defamation. This is just an outright lie. This is an outright fabrication.
If it were an outright fabrication.
Yeah, this would be an easy defamation.
Skip to the leftovers.
I suppose that's true.
But somehow everybody's crickets on it. And yeah, all those people are definitely well aware of his hypocrisy, and they keep it mum's the word on it because for obvious reasons.
Again, maybe Ethan is correct. I'm just telling you from my experience, being at Hassan's house, I did not see a housekeeper. I wasn't there for 10 hours. I wasn't lounging around on Hassan's couches. I did not see a live-in housekeeper. If you want my experience at Hassan's house. Did you take out the Caroline Kwan comment? No, I skipped past it because we already seen it. It's still there though.
You know what I mean?
Kaya cooking? I did. Kaya's a freaking beautiful dog. Let me see if I can find. I took a video. Don't tell Hassan. Let me see. Not from user. Wait, is it from? It is from. Has video. How can I get this? How do I open this up? Download? I mean, there'll be no sound. Open in browser. It's Kaya. She was large here. She's even bigger now. This was over a year ago. Son's designer dog. Worth it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at her. She also sheds a lot. You can see it on pants. Also, look at the fit though. Hold on. Hey. Yeah. I just want to make sure I'm not leaking anything. I don't want to leak the housekeeper in this video. Yeah, there's no housekeeper here. I've seen enough. She loves the camera. She's great. Don't leak the hedge maze. Yeah, I almost leaked the combination locks. And I can't leak the combination locks because if I leak the combination locks, then maybe Vorlo will get out of the basement. The housekeepers even usually cook. I thought they clean house and do laundry. Ethan. Yeah, Ethan is saying that they do all. The one that Hassan hired does all of it. It does everything for Hassan.
They're all riding. All those people are on Hassan's tit. Let's be real. He is by far the biggest creator, and he pushes his weight around too. And they know who butters their bread. So yeah, he's a hypocrite, of course, obviously. I mean, who isn't, right? We all have shortcomings. We don't, I mean, you know, we don't, he streams 12 hours a day. He can't cook his own chicken. I don't blame him. I have a housekeeper, you know, very upfront about that. So Hassan says this about, I asked him about his opinion about how janitors in his socialist utopia should be compensated. Here's what he said.
Oh, you have different people in different units that also are, you know, engaging in hiring. Like, it's just that workers now have more of a say in which direction the company should go. And that's a good thing. It's not a bad
for me for like a week. After on my business, I spent 5 years building. I don't want to give him a decision on where the company goes.
I think that...
Why should he have that right?
Well,
you know
no,
what I mean?
I'm not saying...
Can we all be real and admit, first of all, Hassan, going back and watching this, I was being so gaslit by his audience to being like, I was the idiot that needed to just shut up and listen. He's making no sense. He has no fucking clue how socialism is supposed to work. I'm asking him.
Ethan does? Okay, I'm back in. I want Ethan to explain to us how he thinks socialism works. I want him to explain it.
About like the most fundamental basic things about socialism. The whole point is about the workplace, right? And he can't tell me basic fucking fundamentals of how the workplace is meant to work. Can we all agree that's like a cleaning lady who started 5 years ago should not tell me how to run my fucking business? I mean, that's insane.
What? Okay. One, I thought he was going to describe socialism. He said Hassan doesn't understand how socialism works. And then he said socialism is all about the workplace. And then he said a cleaning lady should not tell me how to run my business. So does he think that socialism is just... I don't know what he thinks socialism is. He doesn't understand socialism? I mean, yeah, but I don't even know what he's saying. Just worker co-ops, but he's not even describing a worker co-op. Like,
not that she's not important, but like, as the CEO who's been doing this, who founded it, obviously I have access to a lot of knowledge, to a lot of experience, to expertise that makes me more fucking qualified to run my own business. Why?
I don't think he understands socialism, if I'm being entirely real. You know what I mean? Like, here, I'll just say this. I'm not going to get into debating a video of Ethan about what socialism is and is not. But like, sure, whatever. You as a CEO knows how to run your business. Cool, whatever. If the janitorial staff of your studio comes in and says, hey, we're going to actually switch out this current setup of trash cans to have combination trash can and recycling bins so that we're more efficient with, we keep the trash levels lower because not all the trash cans are going to be filled up with recyclable materials. And we can, worry about changing just the recycling bins when they get filled and just the trash cans when they get filled. And it'll be more efficient for us to do this in the studio, right? I would trust them more on how they make their jobs more efficient than Ethan being like, no, we need to just have trash cans. Like, what is a clean lady not something to do with my business? It's not your business. It's everyone's business. Yeah. Like, it's very clear that, like, Ethan, you as the talent have your own thing that you're focusing on. You're focusing on creating the content. And the janitorial staff were focused on, doing janitorial work. I would trust the people who are doing the janitorial work on how they make the janitorial work more efficient. They're the people doing the work. They are the people who need to, or who would have better ideas about how to make it go faster. Let me explain it better than Hassan did that day. To be fair, I'm not faced with somebody who's being contentious with me right next to me. You know what I mean? Like, I think like if I was talking like directly to somebody who's trying to argue with me, I don't think I'd be as eloquent. But that's how I view like the concept, just conceptually, socialism. You know, worker co-ops can take many different forms. Worker ownership, the means of production, can take many different forms. It's not always that, right? But it's the general concept is, as the person whose labor produces a specific effect, I have more knowledge on how to utilize my labor more effectively than somebody who does something different, right? Like if I'm a janitor, right? If I'm part of the janitorial staff, I would have in-depth knowledge about how I can, you know, make my janitorial work more efficient. I may not know about the cameras, right? But the camera operators would know, hey, when we're trying to operate the cameras, we're trying to turn the cameras around and stuff like that. You know, the camera, the gimbal is a little bit sticky, right? It's a little bit sticky. So when we're turning the cameras and we're flipping things around, like it's not turning as well as we need to. We should probably get some new gimbals that are able to effectively change the cameras faster, right? Or maybe we need some new software because the current software we have is not, you know, leading to our workflow being more productive, right? I wouldn't expect the janitorial staff to know about that, right? But I would expect the production staff to know about that. So the point of a socialized, you know, system or economy is that the people whose labor is producing a specific effect or commodity has control over how that labor turns into those commodities, right? And collectively, you would like, you know, talk to the other workers in the workplace. They will all present their needs. They will figure out what the business can do and can't do. And then they'll decide together as a collective, right? What direction the business needs to go to be more productive, right? Because guess who also benefits from the janitorial staff being more productive? Everybody. Guess who also benefits from the camera operators being more productive? Everybody. Everybody benefits. If the business makes more money, everybody profits. Everybody sees, you know, success from that. Right? It's not even necessarily that everybody has like a voting measure or whatever. It's not that you need, like, if you have a business of 100 people, it's not that you sit down with all 100 people and you all vote on every decision, right? It could be that you have a committee made up of a representative from the janitorial staff, a representative from the camera operating staff, a representative from the production staff, a representative from the talent staff, a representative for the finance staff, all coming together, all talking about the needs of their specific entities, right? And coming to a decision, right? But the point is that everybody has a say. That's the difference between capitalism and like socialism. Under capitalism, the only person who has the say is the capitalist or the managers who are operating on behalf of the capitalists. As a janitorial staff, you're told this is what we're going to do, right? And that's what happens, even if it's not more efficient, right? Even if it makes your job slower. That's what you're told. In the Soviet Union, workers elected on hiring the boss, even if they would fire them. And the important part is that managers are needed, right? You need somebody who has an overarching view of what's going on, but they are still workers nonetheless. You know, they're still workers and they are still to be treated like workers, right? They have their own role and that role is important and they should speak on behalf of themselves, right? The managerial staff can be like, we need better clipboards to, you know, keep track of what everybody's doing. I'm not saying that the managers can't speak on behalf of what they need. They're still workers, but they're not like inherently above what the janitorial staff is doing. You know? Thing is, in capitalist structure, a manager functions as the enforce the bosses such corporations will. Exactly. Yes, that's true. Better clipboards equals socialism. He's just crashing out again. What is he saying now? Dog. What is he? Bro, I'm telling you, chat. I'm telling you, he's at the moment right before he hits the water. Right before he hits the water. Like, I was taught training for project management, and your job as a manager is to make the workers' jobs easier. Yeah, bureaucracy is needed, but why? So the higher ups be paid more than the lower people on the chain of command. That's where capitalism falls apart. Like they should be treated with equal importance to literally any other worker. Yeah. And again, there are a lot of schools of thought on exactly how one should institute socialism. And there's a lot of schools of thought on how to properly compensate people who upfront or who front a cost for a business startup. A good example that I've talked about consistently is about like a food truck. Imagine you and two other friends are starting a food truck, right? But one friend has the capital to buy the truck, right? How much should each person get paid in the food truck in order for it to be fair or equitable, right? And there's a number of different ways you can go about this, but the root point is not about necessarily everybody getting paid equal. The root point, conversation is about making sure that everybody is, their labor is all worth the same, but also making sure everybody has equal say. So you and your two friends, right? If you upfront the capital for buying the food truck, you can turn around and be like coming together with your other workers and saying, hey, until the cost of the food truck is, compensated, until I'm compensated on that, we will set aside a fund, right? That, a portion of the revenue goes into that comes back to me until I get the money back for the food truck. And then we get paid the equal amount of money, right? The point is not exactly like, this is how it needs to be done or this is how it not needs to be done. The point is that everybody has an equal say in the way the business operates, right? Just because you have the capital to buy the food truck does not mean you inherently have more say in the way the business operates in the day-to-day operations, right? But instead that, there is a system that you can come up with your other workers that is equitable for the amount of labor or the amount of upfront capital that you've levied in order to start this business. So is a workplace that has unequal pay can still be equitable? I was not well read on this. It depends, right? It's very easy to get equitability by just having everybody paid the same, right? Or not necessarily paid the same, but like paid equal to the amount of labor they put in, right? Because if somebody is working 10 hours and somebody working 50 hours, right? Having them get paid the same amount of money at the end of each month is not equitable per se, right? But if they get paid like, $5 or $40 an hour or whatever, then it's like the amount of labor you put in 10 hours of labor, you get paid for that 10 hours of labor for the same amount as somebody putting in 50 hours of labor, getting paid for that 50 hours of labor, right? But again, there's a distinction between the work in terms of difficulty, hence pay differences. There's a number of different ways you can go about it, right? The point is that there's no hard and fast rule that this is what you need to do to be socialism or whatever, right? The point is, the overarching themes is that you are approaching a business venture, you're approaching labor with the mindset that everybody has an equal say, especially in the way their labor is used for the business, right? Yeah, the point is democracy in the workplace. It can come in many different forms, right? But so long as people agree on those forms and have equal say in how that's set up, then, we're at least stepping in the right direction. The shop owner in LA, I think, who runs the space cooperatively, everyone gets paid the same amount per day, including themselves, and everyone votes on how the profit is spent. So should time be the only factor then? Because otherwise, I can't really think of other physical ways to effectively distribute everyone their equitable share. We're now really down to the socialist rabbit hole now. Yeah, we're very deep into it, and I'm sure that there are people who are smarter than I who talk about this extensively. It's not just time; it's like the amount of work. The difficulty of said work, I think is a factor in as well. Right. But the point is more is it's like, so long as everybody has an equal say in the operations of the workplace, that I think it's, you're going to come out with a better solution. But again, that's not the end all be all, in my opinion. That's not the final stage of a society. But yeah, everybody has a good video on different socialist structures. God dang, this is an hour-long video. It's good though. I'll take a look. I'll take a look at this. I've been checking out Carter's streams, more in-depth discussion on socials and what it looks like. I wonder if Teddy Fresh has an NDA because he's yapping a lot. That's the thing. How do you measure work? You can measure time, but how do you measure the value of your work? You're right. It's totally different debates on the matter. I mean, if it's just you and two friends, you can have a discussion on it. You know what I mean? Like if you and two friends decide, what labor is needed for your food truck to run. You need somebody to cook the food. You need somebody to clean the dishes. You need somebody to like maintain the truck, right? You decide collectively, I'm going to take on, maybe you take on more workload. Maybe you decide to cook the food and clean the dishes while one person cleans the truck and then one person restocks or whatever. And because you took on more workload, you have a higher like compensation. It's really, I would say don't get lost into the weeds of like what exactly is the value of each specific amount of work, and more advocating for yourself and making sure that your voice is heard equally in the workplace is the root cause. Because the theory is 3 people, they're all going to advocate for themselves in their position, and you should come out with a form of work that is equitable between the 3 of you, right? Theoretically. The point is like if one person is like, I'm the boss and I have to say, and their voice is the only voice that matters, they're going to lean towards making things skew in their direction instead of the other 2 people. I can telecommunications, I was paid less than my coworkers because I worked less hours, but I was more efficient. That's what we don't want in socialism. On a societal level, you can form a committee to research and find fair compensation amounts. Yeah, again, we are too deep into the in-depthness of how a socialist business could work theoretically versus another socialist business could work theoretically. Right? We're not even close to that being reality. Anyway, the point is, Ethan doesn't understand any of this. Ethan does not understand a single thing of what we talked about here. He doesn't care to understand a single thing of what we talked about here. I saw this as well. And we'll get to this in a second. Oh, what time is it actually? 12 o'clock. Okay. I have some time for my meeting.
Why the fuck should someone who worked there for 5 years tell me what to do? It's literally insane. It's nonsense. What are we talking about? It's so fucking stupid. And I understand you guys like socialism because you think it's...
No shot. That's... I like to imagine that like his Nazism is her final straw. But she was like, you know what? Him parading me around as a trophy, totally fine. The Nazi stuff, not fine at all. Which respect? Oh, I guess this fall off my hair.
It's fair and it's good and that's good. We like helping people. People help people, you know what I mean? But this is dumb. Let's just be real about it.
A janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions. That's not how that works.
I didn't say that, but I'm curious how it does work.
So it's
well, yes, he did. He literally said that a year and a half later just now. Literally just now, he said exactly that. He said, there's no reason why a janitor should come in and run my business. Literally just now. And then Hassan, like argues against that a year and a half later. And he's like, I never said that. You literally just said it, Ethan.
Let's just be real about it. Like, it's so fucking literally my own business here doing this, who founded it. Obviously, she's not important, but like, as the CEO who's been doing this, who founded it, obviously I have access to a lot of knowledge, to a lot of experience, to expertise that makes me more fucking qualified to run my own business.
Why the fuck should someone who worked there for 5 years tell me what to do? It's literally insane. It's nonsense. What are we talking about? It's so fucking stupid. And I understand you guys like socialism because you think it's fair and it's good, and that's good. We like helping people. People help people, you know what I mean? But this is dumb. Let's just be real about it.
The janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions. That's not how that works.
But I'm curious how it does work.
He literally just said that. Hassan like responds to the point he was making by saying, "No janitor is just getting brought in and running your business." He's like, "I never said that. I never." You literally just said that. He literally just said that. Literally just said that. Literally just said that. Number one. Number two, socialism is not about helping people or people helping people. Socialism is about like what people are owed. That's it. That's what it is. Capitalism is predicated on a system where the labor that somebody puts in to the creation of a commodity is extracted from them by capital owners and turned into profit for those same capital owners. That is what capitalism is based on, fundamentally. Socialism is about equalizing that dynamic. Yeah, it's not about helping people. It's about what's fair. It's about what's, you know, what people are entitled to. Right? It's not charity. It's what needs to be done. Right? It's reparations, essentially. Compensating people based on their labor, yeah. He also literally is telling his own employees to their face that any idea and opinions what they are related to the pod don't matter. It only matters if he agrees with it or his idea. I mean, yeah, he's saying that.
So
I do love the concept of like a capital owner, like a multi-millionaire capitalist looking at people who are instrumental in the podcast being what it is and telling them, I don't care what you guys have to say. I'm the person with in-depth knowledge about how to make this sick, awesome content or whatever. This is why my numbers are down right now, because I keep focusing on Hassan. So don't you dare ask for anything from me.
It's communication. The other person is a human being as well. If you have a major disagreement, then you look for someone else to work in that.
He is not answering any question.
That position. This is how it works. Okay. The
I'm
only
not getting
difference
a
in
clear
that
answer on the
situation is
rev
that you
fare. And I do keep interrupting here because he's just gish galloping. He's just fucking word salading until I.
And he's saying he's never answering any question, and then he just interrupts Hassan, and he's saying, I'm interrupting here because he's gish galloping or whatever. I love that. I love watching Ethan, and this is why Ethan doesn't watch any content where like somebody responds to him, because Ethan watching himself is literally him just trying to explain why what he's doing in bad faith is not actually bad faith. Literally, that's it. Anytime Ethan watches himself, it's literally him like, explaining like, you may have seen me do this thing that's not very good faith, right? But let me explain why it's not bad faith actually. let me explain why me interrupting Hassan explaining what we talk about here is actually not that bad.
I move on. He's not answering my questions.
You don't have the
talk to him. Talk to him. Call him on the phone. Bring him live into the studio. If you want to know what Hassan believes about socialism, talk to him. Talk to him on the Talk to a podcast.
Dilma's just subscribed.
Dilmar, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Also, did I miss another one? Eric the Reed. Thank you for the tier 1 as well. I did miss that one. I was too focused talking about socialism. Do you think Ethan watching his L's to prep for accepting a debate? No. He's not accepting a debate. I don't think he's going to. Hassan exploits housekeepers, but I'm explaining why employers should get minimum wage. You know, I have no autonomy if they work for me. Yeah, essentially.
The fear of like subsistence living at the other end of that bargain. Whereas
Bro,
like
why are you talking about this? That's not what I said. I asked him a very basic question. How would a janitor or a house cleaner or someone who's like low on the totem pole, important, should be fairly compensated, whatever, you know what I mean? Should get all the benefits available to everybody. How should they, what's their input on the company? He can't tell me.
Yes, he
can't
did.
fucking answer that.
I'm pretty sure he did. And if he didn't, I did. Like, that was the first thing I said.
It goes on and on about some other unrelated bullshit.
Unrelated.
And
So by
therefore you're
red
more
share, you just made
comfortable.
good living conditions? Because
the idea is
that's what I'm
that-
already saying. That I don't think that makes socialism unique, because we can provide good living conditions and benefit.
We can, but we have
spitting facts straight up.
Now that, by the way, one aspect of social democracy that we've talked about is the domestic one. We have yet to even uncover the other much worse side of social democracies, which is resource extraction.
This is what they always say. Yeah, capitalism and social democracy. They take advantage of the third world. Bro, what are you talking about, dude? Look at your fucking life.
What? What? What is it? What? I don't know what his point is.
Look at everything in your life. You are not different at all. And so much they go, oh, what? Oh, so you live.
Oh, he's saying that goes back to the housekeeper. Oh, he's saying Hassan is exploiting, like, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He's saying, oh, you think that social democracy is built on the backs is built on the back of the global South exploitation? Well, you actually exploit your housekeeper. So he's saying socialism is with no money. I don't even think he's saying that, because like that doesn't relate to the exploitation.
In your life, you are not different at all. And so much they go, oh, what? Oh, so you live in a society, checkmate. It's like, well, you could at least try. If you
Oh
care
no,
about
okay,
it that
I was
much.
wrong. I apologize to you, chatter. I apologize to you. You were totally correct. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. No, that's what he's doing. He's doing that. He's doing socialism is with no iPhone in Venezuela. And you live in a society, but you critique it. Interesting. Like he is doing that. He's doing the thing. Respect. Like, I like Ethan better when he's doing this than like calling Denim's a bitch or whatever, because like he's not smart enough to like actually, you feel me, actually come up with any talking points. And so I do appreciate that. This is fun to me. Ow.
To offset this slave-like exploitation of the third world, you could at least make a little effort. This motherfucker probably drinks out of plastic straws. I mean, he couldn't even do the paper straw.
Nobody likes the paper straw.
Of course.
Let's be real.
But nobody's going to like paying double the price for iPhones either. You know what I mean?
Socialism is with no iPhone. He said it. He said it. Respect. Socialism is when paper straw and no iPhone. Socialism is when paper straw and no iPhone. Ian, who is now an employee, started out as an unpaid intern. That's the definition of exploited labor.
I'd pick paper straws over double price iPhones.
What?
Wouldn't you?
What? What is he talking about? What? Okay, so no, socialism is not when paper straw and iPhone. Because he said he'd pick paper straw over iPhone. So iPhone expensive equals socialism. Capitalism equal paper straw. He take paper straw capitalism over expensive iPhone socialism is what he says. What that means, I have no clue, but that's what he's saying. Like,
yeah. They're both very bad. They're both very bad. They would both cause collapse of society.
I don't use iPhone, so.
Okay, fair point. I think you're right. The Samsungs they're ethically made.
For sure.
Yeah, they're made where all the factories are awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Third world and imperialism, and that is a necessity under global.
By the way, Hassan's anti-imperialism, unless it's China, Russia, or China, Russia, then it's like, oh, Tibet was actually a third world country, so yeah, they should be colonized and imperialized by China.
Well,
Awesome.
technically, he said it was a slave nation, but this is also textbook whataboutism. By the way, I just want to point out what he's doing here. He's doing whataboutism. He's not engaging with what Hassan is actually saying here, in that social democracy is built off the back of exploitation of the global south, because it is. It's still capitalism, and it is built off the back of the global south. He's saying, oh, well, now you care about exploitation and imperialism? What about China? What about Russia? Like that, this is literally whataboutism. Tibet has unpaid interns, not slaves. That's crazy.
Awesome. Fucking genius. This guy's an idiot. Like, actually, let's go back and look at everything he says. It's nonsense. It's the foundation that
He also didn't like dispute what he said. He just said, what about this other thing? Instead of debating him face to face, now he's debating old leftovers VOD and still losing? True. He's debating old leftovers VODs and still losing. Respect. I respect that. I'm not even joking when I say I respect that. I pick fights I could win too. Right? I respect it. I was like, man, I lost an argument. I'm sitting in the shower being like, man, I should have said his mom was ugly. Dang it. That's the equivalent to what Ethan's doing here. He's like literally, this is the equivalent of him sitting in the shower thinking of arguments about how he would totally have debated Hassan super hard. And actually, how he actually won, technically. He actually won this debate.
talks from is thin as ice. It is ridiculous. And the only reason people support him is because he has this cult-like devotion from his audience that they like when I'm having this conversation, which objectively I'm offering really valid, interesting counter questions to test his knowledge, because these are questions I'm genuinely wondering about. When we started having this debate about socialism versus capitalism, I went home and I really thought deeply about this. Like, okay, what is it that I think doesn't make sense about this? And I'm going to ask him, and if he advocates, he's going to give me a good answer, right? I think I've thought more about socialism than he has, frankly, based on his answers.
Global capitalism, and that is the.
I think Hassan had decent answers. I think Hassan did a good job in this debate. And I'm not even the most well-read person on socialism or communism either. I've done a little bit of reading, but I'm not like the most well-read person. And I think he did pretty well. And Ethan Klein has read 0 books. So I think he did not do very well. Personally. He has something Ethan has 9. Which I think if Ethan does some reading, it probably wouldn't stick. If Ethan was just a little bit intellectually curious, like if he went into any discussion, which is maybe my mind can be changed, because I go into every discussion with maybe my mind can be changed. I started today's stream, right? You don't know any of this from Wiki though? What do you mean? You think I do reading from Wiki, or you think Ethan does reading from Wiki? Ethan? Okay, I was just want to make sure. I didn't know if you were talking about me, because I was like, don't call me out like that. He loves ChatGPT.
Reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. On the domestic level, you believe...
This motherfucker, I asked this dude, how does the workplace work? And he's talking about...
That's not what he asked. He did not ask, how did the workplace work? Like, and also, if you want to have a conversation about socialism versus social democracy, which is what the debate is about, he's like an hour into this debate, which if you watch the debate, right, it was about socialism versus social democracy. That's what the conversation was. It started out about socialism versus capitalism. Well, technically it started out as communism versus capitalism. Then it went socialism versus capitalism. Then it went socialism versus social democracy. That's what the conversation is about. And Hassan is describing the difference between socialism and social democracy and how they differ, and how social democracy is still a system that is predicated on capitalism, which means that it leads to exploitation and just shifts the exploitation away from the domestic production and on to, not all the way off, but like, you know, primarily on to the global south. Whereas capitalism, like proper, right, in America, has both exploitation of the global south and mass exploitation of the labor workforce in America.
Third world, you know, resource extraction. Bro, answer the question.
That there's a regulatory agency
is
that
helping
can
people realize their
make
full potential. It gives people the tools to do so, and adding steps like a staircase that had some missing. If you don't have the necessary steps, you can't climb the staircase. So having a system put in place to give people the steps to benefit everyone. But I don't think it's free or charity. You're still working hard to walk up that staircase. I mean, yeah, it's not free or charity. It's what is owed, right? Currently, you have a staircase and people are being kicked down the staircase, right? They do the work to walk up and they're just being kicked back down again. Their labor is being extracted and enriching somebody else.
things more just.
I don't feel prepared to have a conversation about the third world stuff because I'm not super familiar.
Yeah, why? What are you doing? Why are you changing the topic? I don't want to talk about that.
That's socialism. What do you mean? That is necessary to have the conversation. It is the same topic of discussion. If you're going to talk about why socialism as a system is superior to social democracy, you need to talk about exploitation. He's saying, listen, I know you want to talk about socialism versus capitalism or whatever, but I don't want to talk about this whole exploitation thing. It makes me feel all icky and stuff inside. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Capitalism requires an exploited underclass. Inside or outside of a nation does not matter. Social democracy still play a capitalism. It's just exploited outside the country more. Yeah. Like, come on, bro. Typical liberal ignoring global south. Can't call him a liberal. He doesn't like that very much. I think Ethan is extremely bitter that Hassan called him intellectually and politically dumb and disabled, and Ethan is trying to go back to these videos trying to prove that he's not dumb. Yeah, that makes sense. Because like the point he was trying to make here is that Hassan believes in socialism but doesn't do socialism, and now he's just arguing with a video of Hassan from over a year ago, right? Over a year ago to be like, man, this guy is super dumb, right, guys? Right, guys? Right, guys? Guys, he's super dumb, right? Right, he's guys, he's dumb. That's funny. That's funny. I don't talk about the third world because where my children's clothes for adults are made. It makes me feel bad. Yeah, and still losing. This is who enjoys this content? These people. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but I question why Dan carries so much water for Hassan when his side is so clearly wrong or purposefully misleading. Part of me thinks Dan does a fair job putting forth a good, if not convincing defense of Hassan, and is playing a good adversary / devil advocate. Although the other side of me thinks, how can Dan be so thoughtful on other subjects yet so skewed and biased towards Hassan? Think about that. I wonder why. The dude is an absolute fraud of a man playing a character because he's afraid of being himself, a self-centered frat bro cosplaying as a self-hating liberal greenhead. Okay, he's not a liberal though. Wallowing in his own wealth and hating himself for it. The left's take on Ted Haggard, morally bankrupt, and maximally self-important, conceited ego pigs wallowing in their own wealth, as he filters e-bucks. E-bucks? What is this guy's language? What is going on here? As he filters e-bucks from his loyal fans, their overdraft credit cards charge $30 a month for his membership. Wait. What? Their overdraft credit cards charge $30 a month for his you can subscribe for $6. And he's right. You should not do it to Hassan. You should do it for me. Give me your $6. The overdraft credit card charging $30 a month for memberships, including a $25 draft overdraft free from the bank. Dan, please break character every once in a while. If indeed you're playing devil advocate for Ethan to bounce off of, it's too convincing, and I find it makes you sound like a regular group thing. Tell a member of the group, even if you do. Oh, wait, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Is this person pro Hassan or anti Hassan, or pro Ethan, anti Ethan? I can't tell.
Mostly _ cheddar just subscribed.
Dan, please break character every once in a while if you are indeed playing devil's advocate for Super Anti Hassan. Devil's advocate for Ethan to bounce off of. It's too convincing. I find it makes you sound like a regular groupthink, toe-aligned member of the group. Even if you do agree with Hassan most of the time, you must admit some of his views are clearly nuts. Okay, with Dan not agreeing with Ethan is groupthink, or Dan agreeing with Ethan is also grouped. I don't know. Contrary anti Hassan and saying Dan is too soft on Hassan.
Jorbicus just subscribed.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate your subscription. Mostly Cheddar, thank you for the tier 1. Jorbicus, thank you for the Prime. And Zon, thank you for the 2-month resubscription as well. And a hype train has started. Man, that's very much very much scream ChatGPT a little bit. This is the vibe Ethan's giving. I hope one day you can actually talk to Hassan and take off the baby gloves. Moonlight Princess, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated.
Moonlight X Princess just subscribed.
And Matt Light, thank you for the 100 bits.
Right and they indicted me.
Thank you. Much appreciated. People actually like buy bits. You guys buy bits to hold on to them and save them for a rainy day? I only ever buy bits to use them immediately. If I buy bits, I save them for golden kappa trains. That's smart. I keep them under my mattress.
They indicted me.
Lyra Cow, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Not very socialist to be getting Twitch subs. I agree.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Direful Pot, thank you for the 200 bits. Much appreciated. Luna, thank you for the 15 bits. My remaining bits, I'll take them. Thank you. Oh, you got a 1K bit badge. W. 300, 3-star ball. Shout out Dragon Ball. Anyway, let's continue. There's so much of this. I might have to call it at some point, chat. But I want to get to Ethan talking about Hassan's merch. I am so curious about that. Well, let's continue. Maybe we can speed through this. Speed run like Sonic the Hedgehog or The Flash or Squeaks. Speed runner of the year.
Like I can,
but you understand that like that's a part of how everything works.
Who gives a bro? Do you see he's avoiding this question? Do you
What's the
see how
question?
desperately he's trying to get away from this? It's so transparent. He has no idea.
What's the question?
He even looks flustered. He even looks like a little red because he knows he looks fucking dumb.
What?
So exploiting in the truest sense of the word is definitely... My dumbass who just learned about socialism like the day before stumped him.
What?
Just fucking...
What is he talking? Okay. I get being delusional and like just manifesting, but like he's literally just pretending, man, I did so well in this debate. I don't even know what point he was trying to make is. Someone's trying to explain something.
Marxist student theorist revolutionary. I don't how does socialism workplace work? Actually, I don't know. That's one of the hardest questions to answer. It's like, what?
What?
Socialism workplace work? Actually, I don't know. That's one of the hardest questions to answer. It's like, what? Isn't that like...
I mean, yes, it's like, it's not an easy question to answer. Smarter people than both of us have asked this question and answered it. But Hassan did explain in this debate, like, Hassan did explain in this debate what that looks like. Ethan on Unions was peak cinema. do I have to go back and watch Ethan on unions now that I'm like an actual union organizer? When I watched this at first, I was just aware of unions, but like now that I've like actually been involved in organizing a workplace, like I'm very curious to see what he has to say on unions. It's hard because the capital is probably going to put forth in the world by the owning class. I am curious. Maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow. He talks about it on this VOD. Oh, jeez Louise. They talked about it in this leftovers.
Like fundamental.
He said unions have nothing to do with socialism. Sure.
Where's the clip of him saying that he doesn't understand how it works, that he doesn't have an answer to it? I sent that. Is that in here?
Everything you sent is in here.
So maybe it's this one. Let me pull this up.
Handedly.
Let me add another aspect to your example. Let's say you need to hire a cleaner to come clean the office.
This is literally what's happening in his house.
Podcast. She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time. How do you pay her?
Obviously not my intention. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's not my intention. What was your intention?
Obviously not my intention. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, we're good? All right.
In a theoretical situation where we
So let me go back a bit. I asked him literally what happens if you hire a cleaning lady, which is like completely
I need to know what he says when he buttons. Because in my opinion, right, anything that he buttons, to me, I imagine that he just says slurs, but like that's a meme. It's cancelable, right? Whenever the button plays, it's something cancelable that happens. And so my question is for the people who are still working here on the crew, they hear what's going on. You know? They hear what's being buttoned. When the button breaks so bad. There was a time when the button did break. So I'm curious. I'm curious. Button broke the other day.
analogous to what's happening in Hassan's house.
Let's say you need to hire a cleaner to come clean the office. She works for the podcast. She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time. How do you pay her?
So, okay, first things, even in this hypothetical situation or scenario, she works for the podcast. Is there a difference, or are we drawing a difference or distinction between a housekeeper who works for the podcast and somebody who is just a housekeeper who works to clean the house? Because I don't feel like they're the same thing. You know what I mean? If somebody is an employee of the podcast, that's different than hiring somebody to clean your house. You know what I mean? Those aren't the same. He thinks it's the same. And it's in his lawsuit. Yeah, they're not the same to me. They're separate, but the way Teddy Fresh ran is the same. Ethan's line. Yeah, like again, I think that's. I'm not saying it's illegal, but that's not. It's not the same. Or would you hire a full-time cleaner? I feel like you would just pay a service. Cooks and cleans for him while he's working at his workplace. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat on stream. But like if Ethan claimed that she's 24/7, so she's not just cooking and cleaning for him while he's at his work in his workplace. She's also cooking and cleaning for him at night, in the morning, you know, when he's not working, when he's not streaming. And she's not just cleaning his workspace, she's cleaning his house. His like personal areas as well. There's a difference between like hiring a janitor to work at your office building and then getting the janitor to come home with you and then clean your toilets. Is legal they're getting sued for that blurring of lines? She reads my bedtime story too. Janitors clean overnight at offices. So what? Yeah, not the personal areas. They don't then go home and clean the boss's car. They don't then go to like the boss's wife's wedding and shine her shoes. What are you talking about? That's not the same thing. They clean the property of the business. For his personal area, that's his workplace. His bedroom is his workplace, chatter. Not his studio, his bedroom. The kitchen where he doesn't stream from is his workplace. His living room where he doesn't stream from is his workplace. The liability and payment structures are different for corporate and personal. She doesn't clean the bedroom. She doesn't cook food for him to eat on stream. Ethan claims that she is a 24/7 housekeeper who cooks and cleans for him. 24/7. 24/7. Which means that she's cooking food and cleaning areas when he's not streaming or when he's on stream that are not a part of his streaming setup. What are we talking about here? As you birthday here, I once had to fix the employer's personal PC out of the office. It was weird. Number 7 is a hyperbole. Look it up. That's called a lie. That's called a lie, chatter. Oh, you're a pedophile. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a hyperbole. That's a lie. It's an untruth. What are we talking about? You can't just lie and say, oh, it's hyperbole. Oh, I was being hyperbolic. Ma, it's been that pedophile. Alleged pedophile. Don't worry, chatter. I'm being hyperbole. I'm being hyperbolic.
The cleaner side of this is not like, I mean, I don't have an office like that, but the janitorial services
theoretically
in a theoretical situation where we have someone that needs to do it, yeah, we would also get together as a unit.
Yeah.
Okay, the existing company.
Cope, chatter, you're just incorrect. You're incorrect. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You are incorrect.
Get together and decide what level, just like hiring the 2 other hosts, we decide what level of revenue cuts we are going to take from our 5% to give
you're making
to the other
offer.
person.
It's not really that different than a salary.
Give $100 to charity. I hope he does. Wouldn't that also apply to Ethan, who also claims to care about Palestinians, but he only mustered 6.5K?
Could pay her a percent. What percent? 0.0, like
different than a salary.
And yeah, you could pay her a percent. What percent? 0.0, like whatever, 5. I mean,
oh, and you're asking the right questions, Ethan. If he was actually in good faith, these are questions you can be asking, or you should be asking, right? What does this look like? What would equitability look like in this situation, in this scenario? Like, that is literally what we were talking about like 20 minutes ago, right? What does equitability look like for a worker co-op? What form does that take? Is not a hard and fast answer, right? There's no one rule about like, you need to do this to be a worker co-op, right? It can take many different forms. Because chump change, Hassan's morally in the wrong for ignoring the offer. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It'd be a great question if Ethan didn't mistake Hassan's mom as a housekeeper. True. 100K has chump change. Yeah, if 100K has chump change, then why does, like, one, how can you then claim that it's like a necessity for like Hassan to donate 100K for some reason? I don't know where that came from. To get a charity, why would you ignore that option? What are you talking about? Even give 100K to charity if Hassan can prove the housekeeper thing is false. Oh, that's what the chatter is talking about. I was like, what are we even talking about here? That makes sense. Okay. I have established. Oh, we didn't get there yet. I have established where the chatter is coming from.
It's just end up being a salary. Actually, it'd be worse than a salary because it's completely unreliable. Like Hassan even said about his own podcast, he's like, actually, we have no revenue right now, so I can't really pay you. I can give you like a little something. I remember seeing some chat log like that talking to one of his editors.
Oh, really? Oh, sorry, I got ahead of it. Yeah, fuck off, chatter. You can now watch in silence. You can watch in silence. You got too horny to jump off of the too horny to jump at the chance to be correct or whatever. That now you can sit there in silence and now we can watch until we get here. And now you can't chat anymore. Sad face. Anyway, yeah.
But according to talking to one of his editors.
I wonder what chat logs he's talking about here.
And once they.
But according to him, his cleaning lady, his housekeeper, should have an input on his business.
No, that's not what was said here. This is a mischaracterization from Ethan. The conversation was that if Hassan and the podcast is not his business, right? It's a co-op. It's owned by Hassan and Will and Austin and Cutie and Marsh. If the podcast required a janitor or a cleaner of some sorts, how would the podcast go about it? That's what the conversation's about. That's what the question was. And he's saying if Hassan wants to hire a housekeeper, she should get a portion of his podcast profits. I guess like that's not what the conversation is. And also that would completely fly in the face of the entire reason of it being a worker co-op.
Cleaning lady, his housekeeper, should have an input on his business. Cleaning lady, his housekeeper.
And once they.
But according to him, his cleaning lady, his housekeeper, should.
Like, no, that's literally. I mean, this is the problem because Ethan kind of blurred the lines with his own housekeeper about personal versus professional, about what is Teddy Fresh and what is Ethan Klein. He blurred those lines by hiring a personal housekeeper to clean his house under Teddy Fresh. Right? And now he's imagining a world where like Hassan is doing the same thing, that Hassan has like the podcast LLC, like Fear and LLC, that's hired a cleaning person or housekeeper through the podcast. And then thus that housekeeper is entitled to the podcast funds, when that's not how any of this works. One, there's no evidence that the housekeeper even exists. But two, there's also no evidence that the housekeeper is a part of Fear and or was hired as Fear and. Right? And three, there's no evidence that the person's underpaid, if they do exist in the first place. Every person he's ever paid is on the Fear and in payroll? Yeah, I guess so.
Should have an input on his business. Okay? That is not happening.
Do you know that?
Yes.
The hypothetical housekeeper would have inputs in their duties, not the podcast. You wouldn't let the janitor of an imaginary socialist IT firm give inputs on the programming patterns. Yeah. Like if the housekeeper was like, hey, we're going to switch to these, ergonomical or environmentally friendly trash bags instead of the regular trash bags. We're going to put a compost bin up in the backyard. Like, if someone was like, no, how dare you? We need to use the most expensive and most environmentally unfriendly trash bags in my house while you clean it or whatever. Like, maybe you have an argument there, but Hassan not sticking to his socialist ideas of allowing a person autonomy in the way to make their own work more productive, but like I don't know. We are so far removed from the actual topic of discussion at this moment that I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
I mean,
his housekeeper.
If I'm being honest, I feel like probably not. Yeah. But
I mean,
you don't know that.
Okay, do I know that? You know what? There is a possibility that they get together at the end of the day and strategize on content. You're right. He doesn't speak Spanish and she doesn't speak English, but they're having high-level conversations about content.
I'm just saying.
You're right.
And this leads into the next part because you put a lot of money on this, and I'm kind of sitting here like.
You're right. And listen, hey, we'll get there.
Okay.
They get that job, and there are many different ways of doing this. But once they get that job, and let's say they work for 2 years,
production in the media space is so much much blurrier.
3 years, then they have a say in the revenue sharing structure and the power sharing structure as well. Because it doesn't have to happen like instantaneously. A lot of people forget that.
Well, my problem is that in the socialist economy, if this is being regulated by the government, people can get together now and decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their company. And that's great, you know. But in the socialistic economy, there's rules that says you need to pay her X amount of rent.
That's not true. That's not true. In a socialistic economy, there's rules that say you have to pay her X amount of money. Like, first of all, that's capitalism. It's called a minimum wage. He's literally describing capitalism. And it's called a minimum wage. Man, you hate it when the government comes in and say you are forced to pay an employee a certain amount of money. Man, that's so rough, isn't it, Ethan? Man, it's so rough. Man, it sucks that the government comes in and makes you pay an employee minimum wage. Oh, wait. We already know Ethan doesn't do that, allegedly. Allegedly. Listen, allegedly is all I'm going to say. There is a lawsuit that is ongoing. And I do not know the truth behind the lawsuit, but that's something that has been alleged. What is this? What? What?
Look at this image. I mean, this image is pretty twisted up in itself. She's holding what looks like a phallic object, a little 8-year-old girl, and a big, giant black man looking in on her, man. It's like Blackzilla. This guy's got a weird fantasy, dude. Blackzilla rapes the little 8-year-old white girl with blonde hair. Likes it. Woo, make it rain, bitch. Let's see them titties. Oh. A little bit young for that. Sorry, guys. Dude, that's fucked up. You know what that is a metaphor for, Hila? Do you know what I'm going to say?
I don't want to know.
Guys, I don't know if I need to say it, but look what he's doing. Okay? Just look what he's doing, okay? And use your imagination. I don't want to say it on film. It's too fucked up. It's too obscene, okay? It's too fucked up. But it's here, okay? Just use your imagination and think about it. She's a young girl. She's never, and he's, there. I mean, I'm not going to spell it out. I'm not going to say it explicitly. It's not okay to say. I mean, it's in the video. I'm not making it up. But just watch his finger rolling around in the red, sticky
fluid there. Just imagine what it means, okay? Use your imagination, guys. Think about it. Because I'm not going to say it outright, but I want you to understand what I'm talking about and think hardly about what we're dealing with here, okay? The finger, one finger, red, virgin. He's fingering a little girl, dude. That's what it is. He's fingering a little fucking girl, dude. It's sick, dude! Oh, look at that. Effects. Alright, I gotta say it. You know what? I feel bad making fun of kids, but, I mean, this looks like a girl, okay? I'm sorry. I don't want to make fun of little kids, but that looks more like a girl than a boy. And I don't know why they cast a young hermaphrodite for the role. Is that too much? Should I not make fun of the kids like that? He's got a black girl and a white girl. He's gonna tear them both up.
What? What? Okay, I have to continue with this because I have a meeting in like 45 minutes, so I want to get through at least some of this before I get there.
And decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their company. And that's great.
I'm not even gonna.
But in the socialistic economy, there's rules that says you need to pay her X amount of rev share.
What you're saying is not true.
Okay.
How?
You want to know why?
Yes.
Because you want a social democracy, which kind of exists, and market regulation exists under capitalist formations, and plenty of capital owners hate that. As a matter of fact, I would say...
what is he fucking saying?
Well, he's saying...
He's saying that what you're talking about exists under capitalism, too. That's what he's saying. Like, if you can't understand what he's saying, then... Is he even listening? No, probably not.
I'm following what he's saying. He's saying even under a capitalist mode of politics, there are still regulations on business. The government
is good. That's what he wants. And my point is that you can already regulate businesses.
Right, to operate in the
we
structure
live
that
in a
he's talking
social
about.
democracy. We can do whatever.
Wait, okay, but like he's saying that like under socialism, there will be regulations under how much you have to pay your housekeeper, and that's bad. And Hassan is saying, well, that exists under capitalism. And then Ethan's response is, well, yeah, exactly. It exists under capitalism. Therefore, there's no reason to have socialism. Even though that was never, Hassan never said that was a part of socialism to begin with. Well, how do you even argue with this? Like, how do you even... I don't know.
So that seems like it's just kind of like ticking it over another tick.
It's just, but what he's saying is not different than what I believe, because we live in a social democracy. It's a giant sandbox where people can do whatever.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Run that by me one more time. You said we live in a what?
What he's saying is not different than what I believe, because we live in a social democracy. It's a...
No, we don't. No, we do not. We do not live in a social democracy. We do not live in a social democracy. What is he talking about? Bro, a social democracy would be a step up from where we are currently. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? Why aren't we? I don't know, bro. Because capitalists love their money and they've bought the government with lobbying. We have no social safety nets. Zero. They're trying to take away the very few we have. They're trying to take away the very few we have. And those already suck. Whoever said own 45% of the world's wealth. So we do have social safety nets? Dog, bro, please tell me you're trolling. Please tell me you're trolling. They're trying to take away Social Security. You think that would happen in a social democracy? Please tell me you're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. I can't. The people could already barely survive, and now we're taking away protection for daily people's rights. Yeah, but apparently we live in a social democracy. The question was, currently you're being a debate pedophile? I'm not doing this with these people, bro. I'm not doing this with these people. I'm not. Dog, last week, the president signed an executive order to halt the usage of all federal funding. And he's like, oh, well, we live in a social democracy, actually. Like, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not even. Good riddance, honestly.
Giant sandbox where people can do whatever the fuck they want, right? I believe, because we live in a social democracy. It's a giant sandbox where people can do whatever the fuck they want, right? With the confines of whatever
Right.
regulation.
Your point is that if people want to set up their business like a co-op, there's nothing stopping them from doing that currently, right?
God bless, do it.
That I understand that point. Yeah.
But anyway, here.
Universally, capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose to erode it as best as they possibly can. Or
But
they use it to...
he's not answering my question. I said, what's the difference? Because paying someone a salary is literally the same thing as being like, okay, you're a janitor, I'm going to pay you 0.07% of the salary. Like, how low of a revenue?
The difference is the democracy aspect. Like, democracy in the workplace. Like, that's what the difference is. The point is, like, he's not describing it correctly. He's seeing it as like, oh, well, I'm going to pay you this amount of money in salary versus I'm going to give you this amount of money in revenue share. And that's not the point. The point is you bring somebody in and they have a say in how their labor is utilized to benefit the business. The point is the amount of power that they have, not just about how much they're getting paid, right? Like, there's a reason why you still have exploited millionaires in this country. People who get paid millions of dollars as a salary, like athletes, but do not have any say in how their labor is used. And even to a certain extent, like how their likeness is used. We're talking about like college athletes up until like last year, right? They're still exploited. You feel me? There's still exploitation there. The point is, yeah, it's about not even just about ownership, right? But it's primarily about having a say in the workplace, right? Because a capitalist company can give somebody like stocks as like a sign-on bonus, right? And they technically own a portion of the company, right? But they don't have a say in like how their labor is used for the company, right? Like the janitor is told to go clean this, they go clean that, right? They're told we're not getting you new mops because, you know, we don't want to or whatever. You have to use your old mops or whatever, right? The point is, under a system that has worker ownership of the means of productions, the workers collectively can come to a conclusion that, hey, we want this to be cleaned, or hey, we're going to get you new mops. And the janitor is a part of that decision-making process, or at least the janitors holistically are a part of that decision-making process. Point is that the janitor Ethan kept talking about having no say in how much they're getting paid or what kind of benefits they should receive. Yeah.
Sure, can we pay them? Because at the end of the day,
It bothered me how much Ethan caught of Hassan even when they were friendly, because these are ideas that take a lot of time to unpack. But as Franklin said, it never shuts up. Yeah. Because he doesn't want to learn. He's not intellectually curious at all. He doesn't even want to have a conversation about, hey, maybe we can have a back and forth about what we think is the best way society operates. He's intellectually incurious. Managers laid out 3K in people so they can focus on AI instead. If employees could vote, they could say, no, we're not going to focus our resources on AI. We're going to allocate the resources towards X, Y, and Z instead. Yeah.
it's just going to be equivalent to the salary she already makes, but be less reliable. It's worse.
Their advantage to create an artificial barrier of entry into certain sectors.
I'm saying in a socialist economy, there's going to be laws.
Just like there are laws in a capitalist economy, the capital owners.
Socialism, how I'm saying the government is telling you how much you need to pay the janitor.
That's what's happening. He's doing the thing. He's doing the thing, describing capitalism and saying, but this is going to happen under socialism, and it's bad. And it's bad. Right?
The government is telling you how much you need to pay.
And this is the problem. He's saying the government is telling you, the business owner, how much you need to pay this janitor from your company. He doesn't understand that it ain't his company. Even the podcast here is not his podcast. It would be nothing without the people on the back end running it. Their labor is required to make it work. They're workers. It's necessary. They were saying that it's not different from capitalism. No, he's not saying that. He's saying, Hassan is saying regulation happens under capitalism. And this version of Ethan is saying, but in socialism, it's bad. They're going to do bad regulation under socialism. He's not saying they're not too different at all. At least not here in this moment.
The janitor.
That's not how that would work.
Then how would it work?
Because it would be government.
Isn't that how is that functionally different than a minimum wage?
That's my point. That's my point, Dan.
You just said that.
I said that at the same time as this guy. What is the point? Why do we need a revolution? It's the fucking same thing.
He's describing something that's not socialism. Hassan is saying that's not socialism, right? That's capitalism. He's saying that's my point. He's saying under socialism, the government is going to dictate a minimum wage, essentially. And Hassan is saying that's not true. And he's saying, how is that not true? Under socialism, the government is going to dictate minimum wage. And Hassan's saying, well, one, that happens under capitalism. And he's saying, well, exactly, we don't need socialism then. Like, nobody here except for Ethan is saying that socialism requires a minimum wage. Or socialism requires laws that dictate you have to pay your janitor 5% of your company's, total net worth or whatever. Like, nobody's saying that. Ethan makes up a point, attributes that point to Hassan, and then argues against that point. And that's it. He doesn't listen to what Hassan is saying at all. Like, these regulations we have now aren't even that great because billionaires take every feasible shortcut to the highest profit margin without regards to safety or product quality.
Reinventing the wheel. It's like, guys, our system is way fucking better than this already.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's my point.
Yeah.
And then he describes something that's happening under capitalism saying, but capitalism is better anyway. Like, that's not okay. How do you argue with this person? Two, what does this have to do with Hassan's cleaner? Why are we arguing about the efficacy of socialism now.
Well,
Why
okay.
do they?
Well, then,
why
I
do
think within our current system, we have the capability of regulating it to whatever we can dream of. Socialism is a prison. You have to do what the government says.
I'm just kind of laughing at how.
You just described laws. He's describing laws. He's describing laws. He's saying under socialism there will be laws. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I hate that Dan isn't saying anything. I mean, like, what do you even say to this person at this point? You know what I mean? He's like, socialism is a prison. They have like these people that come and take you to jail if you disobey whatever rules and regulations that they put in place by their Congress or whatever. And then the people called the police will come and arrest you and throw you in prison. And then you go to the courts, right? And they will sentence you. And then you're in jail. Thanks, socialism. Okay. All right. Ethan's description of socialism sounds a lot like capitalism. It's kind of weird. Bro, why is the person above me just running? What are they doing? They're literally just running around, just... Can they not? I can hear it. Y'all can hear that? Can they not do that? Do they have kids? I don't know. This has never happened before. It started yesterday and it's still going. They're running or making babies? They're running. If it was localized, I'd be like, okay. But no, I hear it like traveling. Gotta go harder to the left so you can get a mansion, dude. You know where the bag is? Yeah.
How the conversation is just kind of like mirroring the.
It's incredible. It's like the same brilliant mind.
Socialism is when neighbors can run.
Brilliant.
Man, I'm a capitalist. If socialism is when neighbors can run, I am a full-throated capitalist. No more neighbors running. Neighbors can no longer run. Running is outlawed. It's illegal. So actually, no, socialism is when laws. So like, I do socialism if I can make running illegal. No more running.
Mind, coming together.
But socialism is much more radical.
Let's see. It's not. Can we get back on track?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting to the point, which is ultimately, I think I'm getting there.
That's so funny. Dan was like, okay, can we get back on track? And Ethan's like, no. No. What are you talking about? No, I'm talking about Hassan right now.
Socialism is much more radical.
Let's see. It's not.
Look at his face, chat. Look at his face.
Can we get back on track?
Look at his. The one moment where like an employee questions Ethan. When we ask like, why do the employees not say anything? He's gonna kill Dan, bro. This is the face of I'm going to kill you because you dare question my authority. You dare, worker? You dare, employee, question my authority? The face when you're about to commit a capitalism is crazy. Bro, he's like, he's gonna kill Dan, bro. Dan had the audacity to ask him to move on. He's like, can we move on? And he's like, okay, where's the beam? Okay, it's this meme. I didn't even know this was Ninja, honestly.
Oh, fuck you, faggot.
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
That is so funny.
Mine, coming together. But socialism is much more radical.
Let's see.
talking,
It's not.
So
Can we get back on track?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting to the point, which is ultimately, I
Bro.
think. No.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting.
No. No. Right-wing memes, socialism in theory, socialism in practice. Meanwhile, yeah, it's just capitalism. The tale as old as time.
Getting to the point, which is ultimately, I think I'm getting there, which is when he admits his total inability to address this point.
It doesn't have to be.
Moving America to a is better than socialism. And you guys are explaining something that to me sounds a lot like something that we can already do without this huge undertaking of changing our economy.
And without giving unlimited government power to like tell.
He's literally doing the, okay, who has that meme? He's doing the meme. He's doing the meme. Again.
Socialism is when the government does stuff. And it's more socialism the more stuff it does. And if it does a real lot of stuff, it's communism.
Literally what he's doing. He's doing socialism is when the government does stuff. Like he's describing things happening under capitalism and the government doing stuff under capitalism and saying like, but like we do socialism and then the government does stuff again, even though they're already doing stuff under capitalism. Man, he's so stupid, bro. He's so stupid. Was Wolf joking in the clip or not? Yes, he's not seriously saying socialism is when the government does stuff. He's joking. He's joking. He's joking. He does not believe socialism is when the government does stuff. I don't think so.
Our economy
and without giving unlimited government power to like tell you who you can hire, what product, how to pay and buy for products.
What? But the government does that. Like, we have EEO, we have anti-discrimination laws, right? We have a minimum wage. Like, you have anti-child labor laws. Like, we like under capitalism. So he is simultaneously saying that under socialism, there's going to be rules and regulation on how the government's going to function. But under capitalism, there are, there's also those same rules and regulation. Therefore, we don't need socialism. Does he believe anything? Like at all?
How to get a loan. Like, I'm not a fucking libertarian, but let's be real. This
kind of gives libertarian. He's Honestly, he's kind of teetering on what some may call libertarian a little bit, if you really think about it. Kind of teetering on what some may call libertarian.
What he wants is authoritarian. He wants total.
Low-hanging fruit. I'm not even going to say anything about that one. I'm not even going to say anything about that one. That's low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. We're moving past it. We're moving past it. We're moving past it. We're moving past it. You know, I too mess up on words sometimes.
But let's be real. What he wants is authoritarian. He wants total state.
This is what happens when you don't do your own research and you get all of your talking points from a specific community. This is what happens. This is what happens when you only see a word not in the context in which it exists, but in the context of like what people are saying about Hassan in a specific community, right? And if you've never you never accidentally heard the word authoritarian, like you've never accidentally heard the word authoritarian. In doing all of your in-depth research about socialism, you've never accidentally come across any piece of media that said the word authoritarian. Not a single one. Not a single one. Has done research, but he said he's done research. He said back then I knew nothing about socialism. He's implying that he's done research. He's right. Authoritarian. Authoritarian, indeed.
State control. What he wants is authoritarian. He wants total state control.
He wants it imposed, or what you're saying is that he wants it completely imposed on businesses.
He is absolutely an authoritarian. You should hear the way that he talks so lovingly about China when he's talking about Tibet. He goes, "This is a strong central government coming in, doing violent retribution." It's like he fucking loves.
He did say that. He actually, you know what? That okay. His impression was kind of spot on. His impression was kind of spot on. That is literally exactly what he said. Like word for word, verbatim, exactly what he said. He's like, I will give him that. He did. He memorized the words. Like, doesn't claim that businesses currently have the ability to not fully comply with the government laws. Yeah, he's wrong and dumb, but
loves that, man.
A capitalistic social democracy one to a socialism one. You're talking about a minimum wage. We already do that.
I love how people call me a libertarian because I don't want authoritarianism, guys. There's a fucking huge gap between authoritarianism and libertarianism.
Mm-hmm.
Explain. How so?
And we can already.
He never explains what he does want, though.
Better of with that.
Hey, this is also his own members only chat, by the way. He's getting mad at his own. We've moved past him watching Hassan streams and stopping to read Hassan's chat. Now he's getting mad at his own chat a year and a half ago, talking about Ethan in his libertarian era. Respect.
Use your brains, guys.
But the reason why we haven't been able to is because
not having off-left tendencies is a valid critique, but I don't think Ethan is anarchist. Ethan doesn't understand what he's talking about at all. Also, like the mere proxy of being like authoritarian left is not a critique worthy. You have to critique positions, right? You can't just say he is authoritarian and then be like, therefore he is bad. You know what I mean? In the same way, I can't say Ethan is libertarian, therefore he is bad. I have to criticize the positions that he believes if I believe that those things are bad. Not saying that you're doing that, but I'm just saying that Ethan needs to do that if he's going to levy those criticisms.
Like,
look at this. You're parroting propaganda, Ethan. Can somebody explain to me how?
He's getting mad at his own paywalled chat from a year and a half ago. Are you not, bro? He's getting mad at his own paywalled chat from a year and a half ago. He's moved on to getting mad at Hassan fans to getting mad at his own fans in his own paid wall chat. This is what I'm telling you. He is off the deep end. He's moved so far off of like actual critique that he's now fighting with phantoms in his head. Like his own community members. Like, respect.
Ow. Ethan just wants to hoard his wealth. Unlike Hassan, please.
I think the best.
I mean, sure. Okay. Hassan has a co-op. Ethan doesn't have a co-op. So even if this is the case, then like, even if this is the case, just conceptualize that. I want to get to his takes on unions. I have a meeting in 10 minutes, by the way. And we have so much more to get through. There's so much more to get through. I have a meeting in 10 minutes. I'm already past my normal stream time, bro. Let's get to the union. I don't know where the union is. Call in sick. I cannot call in sick. These are important meetings that I cannot miss. Not these.
Best way to explain it is this way, okay? You like capitalism.
If you guys want to lose your mind, go read the live chat and see the gaslighting that's taking place in this.
It's your chat. Coming after, please. I will totally watch. I cannot come back after. I have meetings until like 7:00 p.m. So I'll be back tomorrow.
Socialist characteristics. I like socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Yo, you just said that. So we're
what are we
both
doing
social
here?
Democrats.
So that doesn't mean that I'm
the
no.
difference?
I still believe that the government
Wait, what's
should
the
be.
difference now? You
The
said you like
difference-
socialism.
Extracurricular. What does EC mean?
difference is I said I like socialism with capitalist characteristics, meaning that the governing economy, like the entire economy, still revolves around a socialist mode of production where the owners, the workers are the owners.
They own it with an older version of himself and he's still confused. True. Is that what's beating this crazy for you? I have breaks in between sometimes. But yeah, tis what it is. Tis what it is. Capitalism means you have to stream for us. No personal life. This is not personal life. This is another job. So I don't, my personal life doesn't exist. I didn't know you have a separate full-time job. It's technically not full-time. I don't work 40 hours a week. I split my time. Part-time there, part-time here. You got a game as a hobby? I don't have any time. I literally am going to end stream, join this meeting, and then join the meeting directly after it, and then spend maybe an hour or two on trying to finish my hair, or just keep going with my hair. And then I have a meeting after that, and then I have another meeting after that, and then I'm free to finish my hair as well. Being consistent 1K Andy now, we'll see how long this lasts. So hold your congratulations, but tomorrow is Valentine's. Tomorrow is Valentine's. I'm still streaming tomorrow. That's great. Thank you. Use your hair yourself. Yeah, it's not done, as you can see. But I do it myself. do. Eat some food, bro. I ate some food earlier. I had some Taco Bell. In my Valentine, I don't think my girlfriend would like that very much. How long does that take? Well, I did it after I started after I ended stream yesterday, and I'm halfway done. So, when does the night ring thing start? I don't know. Anyway, I think this is a good place to call it. We'll continue this. Remember the chat. Remember the timestamp: 1 hour 24 minutes. We will continue this tomorrow, and hopefully Ethan doesn't talk about anything today, so I don't have to worry about doing a lot of content. Oh, it's a members only stream. Okay, well I don't really care about that. All right. Thanks for watching, chat. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the follows, too. We are... Jeez Louise. We are less than 200 follows away from 24K. What should we do at 25K? Maybe 30K. Okay, chat. Actually, like, let me pull up my my goals. Project Platinum. No. 5,000 or 50,000 viewers. Oh, we hit this goal. Yo, chat, we hit this one. 4K peak viewership. We hit 4K viewers a few streams ago. So that one's already checked off. W. Was you promising 100K? I don't remember promising anything. 50,000 followers on Twitch is my goal for the end of the year. And so we're almost halfway there. So look out for that. And Carlos sabotaged you? Exactly, true. Yeah. IRL Legoland stream at 100K. Art stream collab. He's gonna pay out to 100K? No, definitely not. 100K, we defeat capitalism. At 100K, I don't know what I'll do. I'll do something. If I ever get there. 175 watching on YouTube at one point today. DMFD for a collab finally. Maybe. Go to Disney. Disney's BDS. It's not BDS. It's on the pressure target list, but it's not like a boycott target. So FD collab gonna go crazy. And we'll do it. You guys have to watch it though. My biggest fear is doing like reaching out for a collab, and then the collab day comes and nobody watches it. And I'm sitting here with like 5 people, me and 5 other people during a collab thing. And I look very embarrassed because I have no chat going on. Think you won't watch UNFD? Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, I have a meeting in like 4 minutes. I have to go use the bathroom for. We're gonna finish this tomorrow. I promise. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here, YouTube chat. What's up, YouTube chat?